So I think it was Bill Burr. I heard doing a bit. One of the and I don't know comedians the way you do, but he did a great bit that really hit me right between the eyes, talking about overweight people and how well they eat before 6, 7 o'clock at night, and how poorly they start eating at night. And I resemble that remark so perfectly. I mean, if I go through a night without going to the pantry after 7 o'clock, I've really accomplished something. Oh, crap.
Good morning. Look. This EB Spitz Ambient Baby Jules one show.
Forgot to call Colorado. That's first for me. They called me. I'm like, whoops. Only smart comments in the chat or smart ass comments in the chat?
I was going to say, why are we going to start now? But hello. Look at this. We got like 10 comments before Paul. Where's Paul? Somebody call Paul.
Paul?
Paul okay? Morning, everybody.
All right.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over the hump together, and a good show lined up for you. Hold on one moment. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Game 3 in the NBA Finals tonight. And a significant injury. Maybe the series will change. It's Mark's final show of the week. He's heading out, play a little golf, see an old friend. How are you?
I am terrific. It feels like a Friday today. I am excited. Got rained on this morning. Monsoon this morning, trying to take the dog out. He wanted nothing to do with it. I didn't blame him. We got a little reprieve after the shower. So the dog was out. A good, solid morning. Nice cup of coffee. It feels like a Friday to me. I'm fired up.
How key, because I'm not a coffee drinker, how key is the taste of the first cup of coffee, or the fact that it's just in existence? Is that enough?
Well, David, this may come as a surprise to you, but I'm a bit of a coffee snob.
What?
Right.
Wait, it's food and or drink, and you're a bit of a snob? What?
Right. So it is important to me.
Gotcha.
There are times when you have to drink bad coffee.
I just didn't know if it's kind of like that first beer. Like the first beer, some first beers are better than others. It's like, oh man, this is really cold. Oh, is this going down? This is amazing. I should not have inhaled that. I just don't know if the taste of the first coffee of the day is really important, or just the fact it's in front of you is really all that matters.
Usually it's B, and the problem is it's so hot you don't taste the first sip. What you really want is when that coffee cools to the right temperature to have a good cup of coffee so you can slug down that first one and really set yourself up for the day.
Okay. All right. Good to know. It's good
You've
to know.
never ever even really sampled coffee, have you? And as much as you like
twice.
as much as you like Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola or whatever cola.
Well, that's come on now. That was
No. But as much as you like caffeine in your
Yes.
sodas, and you drank so many sodas for so long,
I did.
I'm surprised that you never, being in the business you're in, never jumped on the coffee train in the morning.
For whatever reason, I just really didn't like the taste and wasn't willing to suffer through it to acquire it. I had it once when I was a kid because I loved the smell of coffee, and I thought, oh, this has got to be good, and tried it, and oh my goodness, I thought it was horrendous.
Did you just drink it black the first time, or did you cream and
Yeah.
sugar it up?
No, I tried it black, and then somebody said, well, you need to, dilute it. Okay. And I tried it, and it was awful. And so I stayed away from it for about 30 years. And then I said, okay, let's give it a shot. Whoo-wee. I just, it doesn't work for me.
But
Then
you're
I
right
tried
on the
tea.
acquired taste.
Then I tried tea a few times. That didn't work either. And I'm just like,
Yeah,
you
you're
know
not.
what?
I can just tell you right now, you're not a tea guy.
And so I just, yeah, I went back to diet soda. Then, had the whole, kidney cancer thing. They took out the kidney and they said, we really advise you to stay away from dark cola. Okay. Not that it causes kidney cancer, but, apparently the coloring makes your kidneys work a little harder. And the doctor simply said, since you only have one, try not to make it work harder. And I said, that makes good sense. That was a tough one though, Mark.
No, I know, and sometimes you still break down occasionally.
I do.
Sometimes you can't help yourself, and it's like, damn it, I need a cola. And I
like when
I get it. Like I don't ever point. I've never once. You know me. I've watched you drink Coca-Cola in front of me, and it's like, oh, Moulton's having a Coke. I'm not going to say, oh, David, you're not supposed to drink that. It's like, what the hell?
And I can tell you during football season with the travel, our Tuesday morning shows when I'm working on like 3 hours sleep, yeah, that's a Diet Coke morning. Absolutely, it is. Now, I must admit, I try hard to find Coke Zero now. Okay, it makes me feel like I'm trying to be healthy.
Not sure. I'd love to know what they think the difference between the two is, but I'll leave that for another day.
One has no sugar,
and the other has no sugar,
and the other has a full day's supply of sugar.
Oh, okay, but Diet Coke doesn't have sugar. I mean,
well,
you and I've had this argument before. You can read the label. It's just different.
Yeah,
fake sugars. So the fake sugar in Zero must be better for you than the fake sugar in Diet.
Exactly. So,
but I started the coffee thing in high school because I played high school hockey, and in Michigan, in order to get you had two different factions. You had the schools who had money for their hockey program who practiced after school.
And then
You had the
those,
schools who had to raise money for their hockey program.
and you practiced at 4 in the
And
morning.
you practice at 5 or 6 in the morning. And as a team, I remember we loved the 5 a.m. practice over the 6 a.m. practice. It sounds silly, but we'd even get there early. Our coach knew the guy who ran the rink, so we'd usually get an extra half hour. If we got there at 4:30, the rink was ready for us at 4:30. So we'd get an extra half hour of ice. But the big thing was you were getting up early, so it didn't matter. But what did you have? You had an extra hour before school, and you were up. That meant you were hitting the Texan, and we were going to breakfast as a team. And nothing like 20 high school kids marching in a breakfast joint at 6 in the morning and all swilling coffee. And I would and this should come as a big surprise to you, David, but when I was a senior in high school, I would come back to school and still want more coffee. So I would walk right into the teacher's lounge.
There you go.
And pour myself a cup of coffee. And teachers would look at me, and I didn't care. It was a Catholic school. Your parents are paying for it. What are they going to do? Throw you out?
Exactly.
And what are you doing in here? So I'm getting a coffee. You can't come in here. So did you get up at 3:30 this morning? Because I did. I need this or I'm falling asleep in Mr. Long's class. I don't know what to tell you. And they finally gave me a hard time about that. But one teacher had my back, and he just looked at me. Bob Simonowski, rest in peace. What a great man he was. Sim just looked at me and said, Miller, just come to my room. If you want a coffee, I'll walk in and get it for you. He knew I was up. He was a football coach, respected athletes. So I just coach Sim, walk in with my styrofoam cup. He'd walk into the teacher's lounge, pour me a coffee, and away we'd go.
Good man.
Yep, absolutely.
Good man.
Absolutely.
So, heck, Mark, that could be a poll question for the day. Okay, how important is the taste of the first coffee of the day? Not important at all, just needs to be available. B, very important. Okay, or we could ask people how they take their coffee. We came up with a question before the show.
I posted it.
Did you really?
I did.
Wow.
I was so excited.
I have to admit, after the conversation we just had, it sounds like, is Tiger going to make the cut at the U.S. Open? That's how that question now sounds, where you're right. 12 minutes ago, we were fired up about it. Hey!
Posted it, reposted it on my page. I'm ready to go.
Kind of like you had the morning coffee back in the day.
Coffee was delicious.
4:30. By the way, has life come full circle? Now
it really has.
For work at 4:30.
It really has.
Oh man, Miller and Moulton on this hump day, and so I had to call my mom yesterday. My mom loves her friends. She does. My mom's a very good friend. Some people are not good friends. All right. My mom's a very good friend. She's very loyal. She doesn't tell her friends this. And since none of them are listening to the show, I can say this out loud. She does get a little annoyed from time to time if they're only calling her. My mom was a nurse, and she used to jokingly refer to herself as Nancy Nurse. That, people are calling me. Why'd so-and-so call you? Oh, they want me to be Nancy Nurse. They're just looking for medical advice. Hey, my so-and-so's got this. What is that? After a while, my mom's like, yeah, that's the only time they call me. Oh, okay. So I try never to call my mother just about, hey, got a medical question for you. So I reached out to my mom yesterday and I go, hey, hate to do this, but I don't know if you're aware, Mark and I do this sports show. And I need to read something to you. And I need your medical expertise. Is that okay, Mom? And she said, yeah, sure. What is it? All right. And I said, this guy suffered a torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon.
Yeah.
I believe it has something to do with his left leg. Can you help me? And so then my mom types out, okay, that's what this is. This is what this does in the body. It kind of wraps around. It keeps it together. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks, Nancy Nurse. Appreciate that. So this Porzingis injury, this is it may not be a big deal, but I got to admit, it like sent me like seeking a book to look it up. It sounds complicated. It sounds like a doctor made it up to try to justify all the education he had to have. Wait, I'm sorry. You say I have a what? Well, to be precise, young man, okay, what you have is a torn medial retina column, okay, and that allowed for the dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon. I don't know what to tell you, Doc. My leg hurts. So, I don't know, Mark. It sounds serious.
Well, the one thing that I thought made it sound most serious to me is when the coaching staff says it's out of his hands. We're determining this. The medical people are determining whether or not he's playing. This is beyond a player saying he can play through it.
Right.
That's when I first went, well, okay. I mean, it is game 3 of the final.
Right. Might never know when you're going to get back. What do we got? Another week and a half of action? At most 5 games? Tape it up, Coach. Rub some dirt on it. I'm ready to go, Coach. Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just
Tell you, my mom went into nurse mode, though. Let me read you this scouting report. Dude has an injury to his leg muscle. The band that keeps the tendon in place is torn, so the tendon was dislocated. His foot's not going to move well. Muscle not supported. Not good. All right. And then she goes, is this guy good with pain? They could try pinning the tendon temporarily. He might be able to tough it out. Depends on how much muscle damage there is. And he's not going to be that agile. Okay. Like, wow. Getting a scouting report here.
Yeah, you got that right.
Okay. And Mark and everyone else, help me out. to me, and obviously I've never tasted it, to me, Cuban coffee smells strong.
David, the amount of coffee that you put in for one Cuban coffee is the same amount of coffee as I put in for this huge thing, and you get about this much. So to say it's strong would be saying moonshine. You know, it's kind of strong.
Gotcha. Because that's all I know coffee by is the smell. Like,
It's wonderful.
I will say, I thought it was one of the first things you and Felipe bonded over. That and the empanadas.
Oh, the empanadas. Oh, man. Could go for one of those right now.
You and Detroit Paula have something in common. She apparently is also a coffee snob.
Got a girl.
Oh. I didn't turn my power on, so my computer was running on battery. Computer didn't like that.
First interleague game was today in 1997, David.
First 97. Who played?
San Francisco beat Texas 4-3.
Boy, let me tell you, the hockey world. Do you know? So not only did I listen to NHL Network Radio yesterday, I actually, for the first time, called in. But the hockey world was more bent out of shape about the supposed. Do you remember the play in the game?
Ooh, we're coming back. Sorry.
We are. We look early.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. NBA Finals resume tonight. One more night to wait until the Stanley Cup Finals get back underway. There's a key injury in the NBA Finals. There's also a key injury in the Stanley Cup Final. Will that change either or both series? I guess we'll find out tonight. Mavs a favorite tonight, Mark. Yeah.
What small though? It's like what 1.5, 2.5, something like that.
It was 1.5 before the news of the Porzingis injury, and now it's 2.5. Now, I will say there's this thing you look back and the team's up 2-0, it's just they've lost game 3, a bunch of times in a row. So that's what apparently also is at work here. Throw in the Porzingis injury and the fact that in recent history, team down 2-0, comes home, they win. So there you go. Dallas, a slight favorite tonight, despite losing game 1 by 19 and game 2 by 7. So bet according over under the lowest it's also been. It's down 2 points. It's down to 212.5. So basically, Vegas says that tonight's going to be around 107, 105 Dallas. Yeah.
I'm in.
Yeah, if that happens, let's go.
I'm in. Let's have a good game.
Let's go. So, I did something yesterday that I very rarely, and I mean very rarely do. I called in to a sports talk show. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting.
Little NHL network radio. Yep. There's this midday guy. He pounds through the calls too. You get like 12 to 23 seconds. Boom, 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 boom. He's the first guy I heard do yes, no, maybe so.
All right.
Blame him.
Big fan.
Okay.
No, I love yes, no. What do you mean? I love yes, no, maybe so.
Just behind the curtain here. So I come in a couple years ago and I say to Mark, hey, I think I got this new segment for us. We're going to steal it. And Mark immediately is like, do you know I could just see it in his face. His face is telling me the eyes are rolling back in the head. It's kind of like when your wife, your partner, okay, and you just stop paying attention. You're still looking at him, but you're not listening. Your eyes glaze over. And his face just said to me, do you know how many cockamamie ideas you've had? Can we just stick to talking sports? Okay.
Maybe I gave off that look. I like yes, no, maybe so. I have an open for yes, no, maybe so that I've come up with in my head, but I'm not a good enough producer to produce the open for yes, no, maybe so.
Well, but that's what your face said before I presented you the stolen material. And then your face was like, huh, okay, there's potential there. Now, at first, though, he wasn't really on board. And so, me, okay, very subtle. I did a yes, no, maybe so segment for 8 consecutive shows on him.
Every day, just cannonballed in the deep end and said, we're doing this. I don't know what to tell you.
By the end of it was kind of like, either I'm going to embrace this or I'm going to stab you in the neck. What are the other? I'll go home for the weekend. I'll decide. I'll come back. I'll let you know. So you're on board with yes, no, maybe so. All right. So anyway, called in and man, we made a big deal about the hit on Barkov. That was the big thing that, we thought came out of game 2. Man, apparently the hockey world was all bent out of shape about, do you remember the play? I think it was late second period in which Florida's leaving the zone and then the guy kind of loses control of the puck for Florida. And as he's approaching the blue line, he just flicks it to get it out of the zone. But the puck goes into the crowd. Well, that's if it happens from in your zone, even if it's an inch before the blue line, that's a delay of game penalty.
Right.
And the score was 1-1 at the time. And do you remember the replay? Okay, it looked as if the Florida guy was clearly over the line, but actually when you go back and you look at the replay, he touches the puck like 2 inches before the blue line, but he's not shooting the puck yet. The puck's on his stick as the stick and the puck cross the blue line, and then he shoots the puck. And so every referee who saw it said, yeah, that's not delay a game. The puck wasn't in the zone. The puck is out of the zone. It's not when it touches the stick. It's when it's actually shot from the stick. Oh, my goodness, Mark. The hockey world, because let's face it, all of Canada, There are as many people watching the Stanley Cup north of the border as there are south of the border. That's what the rating. There were 3.3 million people watching it in Canada. 3.1 million people watched it in the U.S. Game 1. I mean, they're all in. Is this just in? We got a lot more people than they do.
Just a few.
Just a few, right? This is like Pennsylvania to North Dakota, right? States may be the same size, population's a little bit different. So, oh my goodness, Mark, they think the league is conspiring against the Canadian team. Okay, it was clearly a blown call, the whole deal. Referees were an NHL official called into the show to correct the hosts and the callers. Unprompted, called into the show. I'm like, wow, that's pretty good. Imagine us debating officiating and all of a sudden, having an official call into the show, NFL referee. Guys, I just want to set the record straight. Oh, okay. John from Ohio, thanks.
So what was the official's comment? Who was right?
Official's comment was, yes, he touched the puck, okay, but he did not shoot the puck until the puck was, and just there's a difference, and the rule clearly states, and he read what it says, and you guys are looking at where he first made contact with the puck, but he was not shooting it when he first made contact with the puck. It's when the puck leaves the stick. Where is the puck? Oh, okay. And then I love an official comes in, reads the rule book, okay, tells you what it says, okay, and this is what, and then people still call in and go, yeah, he's wrong.
Oh, well, of course they do. It doesn't fit their narrative.
Right. Thank you, Bob in Halifax. Thank you. But I called in. I had a question for the host. To me, and I didn't want to say this because, it's hockey. They don't care about anything else. But do you remember in the NBA playoffs when Jamal Murray threw the stuff on the court? And we said, because it was 2-0 Minnesota heading back to Minnesota.
Right.
And you and I were convinced, and of course the NBA is never going to admit this, but we were convinced that if the series was 1-1 or 2-0 Denver, that Murray would get suspended for Game 3. But since it was 2-0 Denver, if they suspend Denver's second best player, 2-0 Minnesota, they suspend Denver's second best player, Denver's going to lose game. The series is over. So we knew he wasn't going to get suspended. And I asked the host, I said, listen, you and I both think that he's not going to get suspended for the hit on Barkov. What if the series was 1-1 or 2-0 Edmonton? Do you think he'd be suspended? And he goes, ooh, good one. No, I don't. And I go, oh, yeah, he'd be suspended. And that was it. And so I threw at him.
First time, long time when you called?
I did not. Okay. It was David from Florida. And I said, first off, not a Panthers fan. So this isn't a biased call. And then Mick Hearn was the guy. And I said, Mick, I'm going to do 3 yes, no, maybe so's. Are you ready? And he's like, oh, look at that. Throwing our material in our face. So, Mark, there you go. Yes, no, maybe so.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy
EB, that's when he is done, when it leaves the stick. That's exactly what we said.
Right, when it leaves the stick. Because think about it. You can touch a puck, you can drag it. Okay, so it's when it leaves the stick. And if you look closely, it touches the stick, the puck gets to the blue line, then he like double hits it. So it actually doesn't leave the stick till it's over the blue line. The play is not reviewable, I believe, but they got it right.
Who was born first? George H.W. Bush or Anne Frank?
Wow, I would guess Anne Frank.
And the answer is H.W. by 5 years.
Wow.
Right.
No, E.B. Hill, how could it be a stupid rule? It's not when he touches the puck. It's when the puck leaves the stick. I mean, I touch the puck in my own zone, I drag it out of the zone, then I shoot it. I mean, that's essentially what he did. He touched the puck inches before the blue line. The puck doesn't leave the stick till he's crossed the line.
Same thing when you dump the puck in. If you're before the red line and you go to dump
Right.
the puck in and you finish and you're past the red line, it's not icing. I don't know what.
I mean, I got to say that there is not one official that thought they got the call wrong. The guys the Canadian TV guy, Dave Jackson on ABC, and all the ones that have chimed in online, they're all like, no, they got the call right. So.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Bob Harig, 1 hour from now, will join us live from Pinehurst. U.S. Open getting underway tomorrow. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan to join us in our 8 o'clock Eastern hour here on Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, it involves where Bob Harig is, the U.S. Open. Tiger going to make the cut. That's all. Not contend. Just, is he going to make the cut? They've played 3 U.S. Opens at Pinehurst in the last 25 years. Only one golfer has posted a score better than 1 under par. Payne Stewart won the Open in 99 at 1 under. Michael Campbell won the Open in 2005 at even. Martin Keimer went nuts 10 years ago. He shot 9 under, but second place was 1 under. So par is the score. And if you've seen some of the video of the greens,
I'm sure you saw it, David. But a guy dropped the ball on the green.
Middle of the green.
The ball starts rolling slowly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Slowly.
Continues to pick up a little speed.
Slowly.
As it rolls 30 feet off the front of the green. And then another 30 feet into a waste area.
Correct. Yep. So you throw that iron into the middle of the green, but if you have just a touch of spin on it, it could end up 30 yards short and left in one of the worst lies on the course. I'm sorry, where'd your ball land? If you could repair that ball mark in the middle of the green, I'd really appreciate it. Yeah. Right. We'd shoot. Honestly, you'd put a single-digit handicapper on that course. Would they break 100?
Maybe. But that would be the goal.
Right.
From all the way back to break 100.
Exactly. Golly. The guy who won the Mike Podolak won the 1985 Mid-Amateur, which got him into the Masters. And he played the first 2 rounds with Gary Player. What an honor that is, right? And so I forget what par 3 it was. I think it was a par 3. Maybe it was a par 4. Anyway, he hits it stiff, but he's 4 feet above the hole. 4 feet. And he's in his golfing prime. Mike Podolak was a teammate of Payne Stewart in college. And Gary Player walking up, and he said, Gary was great and what have you, but he hadn't given me any advice. But he knew that I hadn't played here before and what have you. And Gary said, just be careful, okay? Take your 2-putt and get out of here. And Podolak looked at him like, take the 2-putt? I'm 4 feet for birdie, man. I'm jamming this sucker in. Let's go. Yeah, he 4-putted.
The starting 5. 5 stories you need to know. It's the starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Well, number 1's Major League Baseball. You know why? There were no other games really of any kind last night. The Rays with 4 in the 9th. Brandon Lau with a walk-off 3-run homer. 5-2 Rays over the Cubs. 4-2 Marlins over the Mets. Jesus Luzardo, who, I got to be honest, the Marlins should trade him. They'd get a king's ransom for a lefty who's got 3 pitches. All right, honestly, they should trade him before he gets hurt, because apparently every Marlins pitcher is getting hurt in the last year. He helped hold the Mets to 4 hits in the 4-2 win. The Braves have lost 4 in a row. Do you know the team since April 24th who has scored the least amount of runs in baseball is the Atlanta Braves?
Wow.
Yeah, that's 7 weeks. They have the fewest runs in baseball since April 24th. They've lost 4 in a row. They're 10 back of the Phillies. Jorge Mateo with a 3-run homer for the Orioles in the 4-0 win for Baltimore. Keeping pace with the Yankees, who whooped up on the Royals 10-1. Judge homered, 3 RBIs. Home run number 25. He's on pace for right around 60.
Right. It's June 12th.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's pretty good. Phillies beat Boston 4-1. Schwarber with a couple homers. Battle of Ohio mark in interleague play. Guardians over the Reds 5-3. Do you know Cleveland's 21 games over 500? They have a 5.5 game lead over the Royals in the Central. Do you know the Pittsburgh Pirates are in second place? Now, they're still 2 games below 500.
I was going to say, are we allowed to talk about them?
They beat the Cardinals in St. Louis with 2 in the 9th, 2-1. Got to admit, nice moment by Cardinals fans. You know that Paul Skeens guy? Most people know him as the boyfriend of the LSU gymnast there.
Olivia Dunn, David.
Sorry. See, he's a lot more. He's a better pitcher than she is a gymnast. Okay.
No one's ever denied that.
All right. So anyway, he pitched shutout ball into the 7th, struck out 8. And you could tell he's a dynamic young pitcher. If you're into baseball and you're at the game, you're like, wow, it's cool watching this guy. So he gets pulled 1 out into the 7th in a scoreless game. And the St. Louis Cardinal fans gave him a standing ovation. And I mean, seriously, if you watch the video, over half the crowd is standing.
Just remember to bring this back up when we have Seth on.
Right. I know.
Okay? This is how we start with Seth. In fact, I want you to set it up and just talk about what a great fan base the Cardinals have.
Oh, boy.
And how they're such a class. And if you don't do it, I will.
I think I'll
we'll
let
get
you
him
have it.
set off
I know.
in a hurry. He hates Cardinal fans.
Blue Jays are within a game of 500. They shut out the Brewers 3-0. Colorado with 4 in the 6th beat the Twins 5-4. Astros held the Giants to 3 hits and a 3-1 win. The Dodgers mark hit 5 homers, 4 of them in the 6th, led by Ohtani's 16th of the season. He's on pace for nearly 50. 15-2, Dodgers over the Rangers. Randall Grichuk had a double, a triple, and a homer. That's a bummer to miss the cycle by a single, isn't it? 9-4 Arizona over the Angels. Mariners 2 in the 7th. They beat the White Sox. Who can't beat the White Sox? Who doesn't beat the White Sox?
The Rays.
Yeah, that's true. Seattle's lead in the West is 5.5. Padres got a walk-off from Higashioka in a 4-3 win over the A's. Nats 5-4-10 over the Tigers. Bad news for the Phillies. Now, they got a 10-game lead in the East, barring a Mets-like collapse from a couple years ago. They're going to win that division. But they probably will battle the Dodgers for who's going to be the 1 seed. And that could be the difference between playing the Brewers in the first round or playing the Braves. JT Realmuto, their all-star catcher, he's got a torn right knee ligament. So he's facing surgery. He's going to miss 4 weeks, could miss 6. So you got to figure through the all-star break. The Phillies will play. They've been playing without Trey Turner for a long time. Now they're going to have to play without Realmuto probably through the all-star break. So we'll see if that hurts them any. NBA. All right, bear with me. I don't know what I'm reading. I'm just going to read it to you as the doctor said it, okay? Porzingis, his injury to his left leg, lower leg, technically it is, and I'm quoting, a torn medial retinaculum, which has allowed the dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon. Okay, I know what a tendon is, and I know the tibialis is an extension of the tibia. I know what that is because I broke one. Okay, but anyway, he has a torn medial retinaculum, which has allowed the dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon. So he has an injury to his lower left leg. He's day-to-day. I don't think he plays tonight.
I don't think he does either.
And I'm not sure he plays.
I don't think he plays for the rest of the series.
I think if it gets 2-2, they'll put him back on the court. Because remember, what did we say? The one area we think they'll need him more than any other in this series is defending the rim. You know, he is 7 feet tall.
Yep.
He's not getting any shorter with the injury. He can't jump maybe as well. Apparently this affects his mobility, but if you put him near the basket, how far does he have to move? I don't know. Luka, by the way, took a painkiller before game 2 for his thoracic contusion. Sounds painful, doesn't it? What's wrong? I got a bruised thoracic. Huh. They expect him, by the way, to get another pain-killing injection before Game 3 tonight. They do expect him to play. Game 3 tonight, 8:30 in Dallas. Mavs favored by 2.5, despite being down 2-0 in the series. Over-under is 212 and change. NHL, of course they didn't suspend Draisaitl. Are you kidding me? They didn't suspend any of the Panthers.
Or they didn't suspend Bennett for the sucker punch.
On Marchand, they didn't suspend Trouba for 3 elbows to people's heads through 2 rounds of the playoffs with the Rangers. So you knew they weren't going to suspend one of the 5 best players in the league for his hit on Barkov. Listen, the Panthers were tight-lipped about what's really wrong with Barkov. Is it a concussion? Is it a broken jaw? Okay, is he going to have to wear a cage? We don't know. And I don't know if we're going to know much before what? Pre-games? I mean, you won't know in the morning skate today, you think, or tomorrow. You think you'll find out, what, The pregame skate?
That would be my guess. I mean, you'll find out a little bit in the morning skate if he's actually skates. But at this point, I got to think morning skates are optional for everybody.
Game 4 is tomorrow night, or excuse me, Game 3 is tomorrow night in Edmonton. So things are going just fine with the Jets. Nothing to see here. It's the mandatory OTAs, and Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be there.
But he cleared that with Saleh. He had something that was far more important to him than football.
Well, he told Saleh. I don't know if he cleared it with Saleh, but he told Saleh, yeah, I'm not going to be there. I've got something that's very important to me. Nobody knows what that is. Or if they do, they're not saying. Hassan Reddick, who they acquired from the Eagles, and he has had nothing to do with them, by the way. He finally returned Saleh's phone call in the past few days. Saleh's been calling him for 4 months, all right? He hasn't answered his call. He at least answered the call a couple days ago. He said, I'm working out on my own. I'm in great shape. I'll see you for training camp. Maybe. I'd really like a new contract. Nothing to see here with the Jets. Everything's fine. No T. Higgins at Bengals OTAs. He can't show because he hasn't signed the franchise tag yet. Technically, he's not under contract. Joey Chestnut's been banned from the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog eating contest. Apparently, he signed a deal with a competing hot dog?
With a vegan hot dog company.
So at first I was outraged, but if you're signing a deal with a vegan hot dog company, I think you should be kicked out. Vegan hot dog. Give me a break. Is that like jumbo shrimp? What the hell?
No, it's worse, David. It's a vegan hot dog. Take your plant-based meat and...
John Rahm withdrew from the U.S. Open. So he shows up. He tries to practice. He actually does a media session. He shows everybody his foot. And then he withdraws because of his foot. And Rory called off the divorce. Yeah, called it off. Said they've reconciled. Decided the best course of action is to stay together as a family.
So he got away with his fling, huh?
Guess so. Well, I mean, apparently the prenup's pretty ironclad. She doesn't have a lot of leverage, apparently. So I think she's got to take him back. 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
a worse marketing decision. This could be a poll question, Mark. A worse marketing decision. The U.S. Olympic Committee keeping Caitlin Clark off the women's basketball team. Nathan's keeping Joey Chestnut out of the hot dog eating contest.
Ooh.
It's Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oops. Wow. Rough morning. Already missed the commercial screen. Oh, well. So, Paula, you are into this coffee machine better than a French press, your whatever coffee machine there.
No, Sonny, I can't go anywhere. I know. If I had known, tell you what though, if I had known Joey Chestnut, and if this continues, I may have to enter the hot dog eating contest next year, Mark. I mean, if we don't have a Joey Chestnut, now this sucker's in play.
The Spit and Chicklets podcast got the Edmonton girl who flashed the crowd
Yes,
on their
they did.
pod.
Yes, they did. So Paul wants to know, could you stay at a hotel? Could you stay on the top floor? He's at a hotel in Orlando, 24.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So even though you got a thing with heights.
I'm inside.
Okay.
I wouldn't walk out on the balcony.
Well, no, that's kind of what he's asking. You know, would you walk out on the balcony?
Yeah.
Would you?
No. I wouldn't walk out on the balcony. I could look out the window, though.
But you wouldn't go on the balcony?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm getting queasy feelings thinking about walking on the balcony.
Wow. I had a fear of heights though, and then I had that construction job, and basically it was either work through it, get over it, or be fired.
All right, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Let's get over it together, shall we? Bob Harig, fine golf writer for Sports Illustrated, to join us live from Pinehurst in the U.S. Open. We're a day away. Pairings were announced yesterday. U.S. Open golf, the focus of our poll question. Tiger going to make the cut? And Mark, I think we've got the tea leaves are a-changing. Because, anytime it's about Tiger Woods, oh, yeah, he's going to contend. Oh, hell, make the cut. Of course he's going to make the cut. I don't know if it's 48-year-old Tiger and his golf game, or if it's the fact that it's the U.S. Open and this isn't exactly the best place for a part-time player. But right now, nearly 70% of our listeners do not think that El Tigre will make the cut.
I'm right there with him. I voted no. I don't want to vote no. I want Tiger to play on the weekend. I root for Tiger, especially as he's gotten older, but the game doesn't seem to be there. It is the U.S. Open. The one thing that he has in his favor, David, is this is a relatively flat U.S. Open course.
Mm-hmm.
From a standpoint of walkability, this is not a difficult walk.
No, I mean, I'm curious, though, if he finds himself in some of the waist areas and what have you, you could have some unstable footing and stances. Tiger has always said, I still have my hands, that basically I still have my short game. I'm not an older golfer where I've got the yips or putting is a problem. Now, he doesn't make putts like he used to, but, I mean, nobody makes putts like they used to, but boom. But Tiger, in terms of, he's always thought that he will keep his short game forever. Well, Pinehurst, fairway woods and 4 irons around the green, because you can putt from 30 yards short of the green. You could putt it onto the green at many places at Pinehurst. I'm wondering, Mark, not that to contend, because of course he's not going to contend, but what's the one thing Tiger can't do right now with the top players? He can't make birdies. He's not getting it super close anymore. Tiger's seemingly making a lot of pars, and then he makes some mistakes. Well, the U.S. Open's all about pars. In a strange way, I think to myself, the one tournament maybe he could ham and egg and hang around in is one of the flatter, not a lot of water U.S. Open courses, because maybe Tiger can just figure out how to make a bunch of pars.
The other part of that's what worries me. Pars and not make mistakes. Because when you make mistakes at a U.S. Open course, they're not usually bogeys.
No.
You can make big numbers, and that's what he will have to avoid. Listen to a little, I don't know what you've done to me, David, because I was watching the Golf Channel and watching different press conferences with the players.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you.
I feel like I don't know if I'm impressed or I'm supposed to say I'm sorry.
Both. But Xander Schauffele was talking, and, they asked him how he was going to approach the greens, and he said, I'd rather putt. I'm more comfortable putting from off the greens than anything else. But he did say, and I thought this was interesting, because there is going to be so many plays from around the greens, you have to be really cognizant of what the other players have done, because if they're chipping, the divots and the marks are going to change the approach of how you hit balls around the greens. So just what they're going to do around the greens, I'm going to be fascinated with this week at the Open, because there are so many different shots they can play.
So I forget who Phil was playing his practice, round with yesterday, but the way the person described it was Phil and so each had 40 feet on whatever hole it was. He goes, and they had basically the same putt. And he said it looked like they both hit the very same putt. They both tried a slow lag. And the first golfer came up 5 feet short. And he said, I'm telling you, it looked as if Phil hit the exact same putt. And the ball rolled 4 feet by, but it was the wrong 4 feet. And it ended up 30 yards off the green in a bunker. And he's like, this could be something. No rain in the forecast either. Now there was evidence, there was actually video of them watering the greens, at least certain greens last night. But apparently, unlike the state of Florida, which has rain in the forecast throughout much of the week, okay, heavy rain south of I-4, right? Apparently no rain in the forecast at Pinehurst. See, this is your thing. This is not my thing.
It's my thing, but I don't want them to make the golf course impossible. I don't like the idea of putting the ball from 40 feet and ending up 30 yards off the green. That's more putt-putt golf than it is golf to me, David.
But you are on record for many a year as saying, and I quote, I love the carnage.
I do love the carnage. I love the carnage out of the 8-10-inch rough. I like watching these guys struggle to make a par. I don't know necessarily if I want it all on the greens, but they don't have a choice because they simply can't make a golf course with the clubs and the balls and everything and the equipment that these guys are playing long enough.
I know he's not your favorite guy, and by not your favorite guy, I think he's one of your 3 golfers you like the least. But what this DeChambeau guy is doing with his equipment, which has been authorized, by the way, by the USGA and the RNA, they said, yeah, it's fine. I mean, he's making his own clubs. And he is reducing, like his, quote, 8-iron has apparently a degree of loft of like a 6-iron. And so he's hitting everything like 2 clubs farther, at least in his mind. I mean, he's hitting like 6 irons 240.
Think about that for a second.
Now you could argue it's really a 4-iron, but anyway, his clubs I don't know how he's doing it. But we joked about this when he was on the PGA Tour. He was kind of the mad scientist. He's the guy, all his clubs are the same size. He goes, I don't know why do you play certain clubs taller than the other? It makes no sense. They should all be the same size. You only have one swing. Why would certain clubs be shorter than others and certain clubs longer than others? Makes no sense to him. Everybody else just, we buy what we buy, we play it, including the pros. But now he's like creating his own clubs, and he got authorization right before the PGA. The USGA gave him the thumbs up. They said, yeah, your clubs are fine. So I'm telling you, I know you don't like him. And he was obnoxious when he was on the PGA Tour. I'm telling you, he's having a transformation here.
He really is. No, it's funny. I shocked the entire room at the PGA when I rooted for him to make the putt on 18. I didn't want us to win necessarily, but I wanted Schauffele to have to birdie the 18th hole. I did not want the tournament handed to him. And I'm like, come on, make this. And my wife turned and looked at me and went, who is sitting here? So he was winning, but he was winning me over the way he was acting in the PGA. He was fun. He was, dare I say, likable.
Right. So anyway, if you want to pick somebody not named Scotty Scheffler, I guess go find top 10 in total driving stats. That's the go-to stat for a US Open. All right, got to play from the fairway to have a shot. So,
And they were talking what they're hitting off the tee will be interesting to put the ball in the fairway. You know, will guys lay up on holes, and how are they going to approach this golf course just to get it in the short grass to try to hit approach shots that will stay on greens?
I mentioned Rory earlier because it public knowledge yesterday, and he did an interview talking about it where he wouldn't.
Who did he do the interview with?
I believe it was it the Guardian?
Oh,
It was
I didn't know if it was a
no
CBS golf representative.
Remember CBS doesn't have the Open.
David, I'm aware.
I know. So no, it wasn't with Amanda Balionis.
It wasn't, huh?
Which, by the way, goes back to what he and she should have done at the golf tournament when the rumors were out.
What they've done at the head of this?
Okay, well, we don't know. But remember, I mean, you know, less than a month after him filing for divorce, they're reconciling. Okay, and a couple of weeks ago, she was interviewing him. Okay, and there were rumors that the two of them were, you know, more than just reporter and golfer. But they were both denying it. And I'm telling you what I thought. If there was nothing there, Rory should have said, do me a favor, at the beginning or the end, ask me if we're dating. Just let's end this once and for all. Let's have fun with it. Okay. Just finally, Rory, one final question. Are we dating? Okay. Because I'm reading I picked up the New York Post today, and it says that we're doing more than dating. Okay. I swear it would have been legendary if they had done it. Legendary.
Right. And how would CBS have taken that question if she would have asked that? And I'm being serious here. Would she have still had a job if she would have asked that question?
I think so. I do.
Okay.
I dress the rumors. You're dressing everybody sitting at home watching is going, do they look like a couple? Look at the body language. Do they look like they're more than just reporter and golf? So let's just, Rory, finally, are we dating? Because I'm hearing we are. And he would go, no, we're not dating. Okay.
Which would lead to 50 million other snide comments.
I mean,
no, we're not dating, but we just share hotel keys when we're on the road.
Well, we don't know that.
No, I just said it leads to snide comments. I just gave you one. I got 47 others if you want.
I mean, if Woj can have Woj bombs, okay, you mean to tell me, that would be a Balionis bomb. Hell with this Woj bomb. Hey, Rory, are we dating? Yes, no, maybe so.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information
David, we have a text question, and I don't know the answer to it, asking if when Jordan went to the Wizards, was he selling out every night?
I believe so, but I'll look it up.
He was just curious at the end of his career who moves the needle more, the end of Jordan's career or the end of Tiger's career. And it's an interesting question.
So the 2 years that Jordan was with the Wizards, they were third and second in the league in attendance.
Okay.
Haven't been higher than 12th since.
Well, there you go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Bob Harig of Sports Illustrated to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. Live from Pinehurst, the site of the U.S. Open. That's the focus of our poll question today. At that, Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X, Miller_Moulton on X. Question also appears at millerandmoulton.com. Tiger going to make the cut at the U.S. Open. And over 2/3 of you right now are saying, nope, not going to happen.
Probably should go bet on Tiger to make the cut based on how me and the rest of the audience is thinking about this question.
I'll tell you what, there's the hype Tiger story still exists. They haven't stopped yet. If you remember, before the PGA, there was somebody that was following him around Valhalla and tweeted out, Tiger just shot a 30 on the front nine. Well, guess what got tweeted out Sunday, Mark? Tiger just shot a 31 on the front nine at Pinehurst. I mean, so that the hype article, tweet, whatever, it still exists for Tiger. The media has not fully abandoned him. He's not a ceremonial golfer yet.
Is he to you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because he is to me.
If
and there are a handful of places. I don't know if he'll, health-wise, I don't know if he'll ever, I mean, because Augusta is the one place that, of course, knowledge is everything. But I don't know physically with the lies, the stances, the walk that he has to make that he can ever play Augusta well. So to me, it boils down to when's the next Open at St. Andrews?
I believe next year. I believe it's every 5 years, St. Andrews.
But then he's got to go really low. And Tiger doesn't go really low anymore.
Right. So he needs a flat course, yet he also needs a course that's going to play hard. If Tiger seriously contends in a major, and I'll even give him this, Jacket 56 was in second place after 36 holes at the Open Championship. He teed off in the final group on Saturday. Now, Jack fell apart. But if Tiger, remember Greg Norman? He's in the final group of the British Open in his early 50s. He finished fourth the one year in which it looked like, oh my goodness, is Norman going to pull this off? I think it was before Watson nearly pulled it off at 59. That Norman, remember that's when Chris Everett they were dating and she followed him and, and it came out of nowhere. It's not like Greg had been playing a lot and had any recent form, but he had won the Open twice and the par was a good score still in that championship. And he could ham and egg it around the course and make a bunch of pars and rolled in a few putts. And then Greg Norman in the lead heading into Sunday at the Open Championship in his early 50s. If Tiger has a moment like that, I'd be shocked.
I'm begging for that moment. And I'm with you, David. Because everybody that you described did not go through the health elements that Tiger has gone through.
Right.
That's a beat-up body, even for a golfer.
I mean, Jack finished T6 at the Masters at 58. Was playing with Ernie Els on Sunday. Shot 31 or 32 on the front nine. Made nothing coming in. Finished 4 off the lead. The Masters that Mark O'Meara won with the birdie on 18. Had birdie putts the whole back nine. Didn't make a thing. Jim Nantz began the broadcast by saying, this is live, and what we're about to show you is real. It happened. Those were the first words of their broadcast on Sunday. And it was Jack over a birdie putt on 8, and he made it. And then Nantz says, let's show you what has happened over the last 90 minutes. And it was Jack making 4 other birdies. And I'm like, are you serious? He's 58. Sam Snead at 62 finished 4th in a PGA, like 3 shots back. And that's at this moment, that's what we want, right? Just
yes.
Give me Norman 4th in a British, Watson 2nd in a British, Jack 6th in a Masters, Snead 4th in a PGA. Does Tiger have one of those?
1 week. Does he have 1 week left?
One time. One time does he have one.
All right, then to the real question. Are you taking Scheffler or the field?
The field.
Are you confident in taking the field?
Yes. And here's why.
Sounded more like a maybe so than a yes if I were to read into the...
No, I'm confident.
Okay.
I'm confident for this reason. First off, I think the course is tricked up. I don't think that helps. I think, secondly, the best golfer in the world doesn't win the U.S. Open most times because the conditions are just different. Third, he can't putt again. Now, I know he just won the Memorial. What are you saying he can't putt? He didn't make a putt over 10 feet all week. And he only made one over 6. I mean, if he had trouble putting Muirfield, how's he going to putt Pinehurst? That's my thing. That's why I'm saying I would bet the field this week. Now, I know that's stupid. Based on, he's got 5 wins in, 10, 12 weeks here. He finally won a tournament outside the months of March and April. And he's playing the best golf since Tiger. He's playing the best golf in 20 years on the men's side.
His shots gained everywhere but putting are ridiculous. His tee to green is just at a level that we'd not seen since Tiger. But you are right. He struggles putting. And you've got to be able to make 10-foot putts to win a U.S. Open. You just do.
I mean, to me, the difference between US Open greens and even PGA Tour greens, which we all know are fast, but they're 3 feet for par in a regular tour event. They're 5 to 6 feet for par here. Yes, he's the best ball striker. Yes, he's the best player. One thing I will say, man, his short game is great.
Well, that's the part why I think he wins. Is that his ability to chip the ball is
yes,
like something we've not ever seen.
Well, I don't think it gets talked up enough. I mean, his short game, it's not as flamboyant as Seve and as Phil, but his short game is close to Tiger and Tiger's prime. I mean, think about this. The best player in the world has had trouble putting, and he's far and away the best player in the world. Think about how good the rest of his game is. I mean, that's like having the best NFL team, and yet your quarterback play is, it's okay.
Yeah, he completes 54% of his passes.
I mean, he's had some good weeks, really, but for the most part, it's okay. Kind of enough to get by. And yet that team's crushing people.
You know what it is? It's Boston in game 2, shooting as poorly as they did from beyond the arc and still winning.
So, no, I'm betting against Tiger making the cut. And I'm betting against Scheffler. I also think Rory caught a bad break playing with Scheffler. I think Scheffler's in Rory's head. And Rory already has enough stuff in his head.
Does he ever?
Right. But now he's playing with Scheffler? No. Miller and Moulton. Bob Harig is at Pinehurst. He's covering the U.S. Open. We'll talk to him next.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor,
Well, I tell you what, You know, you can tell I'm leaving for a couple of days. Just the text between my wife and I, how, you know, loving they are.
Different from the text of 3-4 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, do you have time to pick up more spinach? Is how it started this morning. With yes, and I didn't get because it was poor. Like literally, it was a monsoon this morning. So she got out of bed to say goodbye to me because I'm not going to see her. And I said, hey, you got to take Frank out. It's a monsoon out there. I didn't get him out. And so I was able to text her. I was able to get Frankie outside. It quit raining for a bit. He peed and pooped.
Well,
which she responded to, oh, good. I only could get him to pee a little bit. I mean, it's all romance in our house.
No doubt. What stats, DC? No. These are, the stats that Koepka or Scheffler. No. This is going back. This counts Phil in 06 and 04 and, Rory in 2014. No. This is.
But how do you get driving stats when you only have one tour, I guess would be the question I would ask. Top 10 in driving. How do you factor in the live guys?
Yeah, well, I guess look at their stats and pick the ones that you think can replicate it. Do you put any stock? I wouldn't put much stock in the stats from the PGA because Valhalla was just so different than Pinehurst. No, I agree with you about Morikawa. He played well at the PGA, except for
I like Morikawa. I like the value on the odds as well.
I'm toying with Hovland because he seems totally different now that he's back with his coach.
And Oberg had a good week last week. I mean, you got both those two young guys. All right, I'm going to call Bob here.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, both scheduled to join us next hour here on Miller and Moulton. Our poll question today, U.S. Open gets underway tomorrow. Is Tiger going to make the cut? Yes or no? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, MillerandMoulton.com. Vote accordingly. So far, 2/3 of you say, not going to happen. He covers Tiger. He's written books about Tiger, including a few months ago releasing Drive, The Lasting Legacy of Tiger Woods. Sounds like a good Father's Day gift to me. You can order it online, have it shipped. It'll be right there for the weekend. His name is Bob Harig. Follow him on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, first off, as always, thanks for joining us. Secondly, your gut feeling about Tiger this week. Par's a great score. He can still make a bunch of them. Can he hang around for the weekend?
Yeah, listen, that's a good point. Thanks for having me today. I think when you get to a place where you don't have to make a ton of birdies, but he's certainly capable of grinding out a lot of pars. I mean, we saw it at the Masters those first 2 days when the conditions were really tough. And, I believe it was Tiger shot 72, 73 to make the cut by 5 shots. So in that situation, I think Tiger can excel. At the PGA, look, I'm not trying to justify it or make excuses for him, but because he did have 2 really bad holes the second day. He made 2 triples in the first 4 holes, and it was over. You're not going to recover from that. But after those 4 holes on Friday, he played the rest of the round in 1 under. And he was even par the first day and made 2 sloppy 3-putt bogeys coming in on the last 2 holes. Tiger was in position to make the cut there, but his lack of sharpness really hurt him. And, that's what you fear again here is he's played 2 competitive rounds since the Masters, and his last 4 competitive rounds have been not good. So, I give him credit. He came up here last week. He got here Sunday. He's played, practice rounds, 9 holes every day. He certainly understands the nuances of having to chip and putt well and figure out the shots around the greens. And look, in a 156 player field with, 60 some odd guys who had to go through qualifying, I think it's less players that he has to really beat. So there's going to be some guys that are going to take themselves out of it. So can he make the cut? Yeah, I think he can. Beyond that, we've not really seen him do much beyond 36 holes so far. And I think until that happens, you're going to have a lot of questions.
What shot is it that's most important at Pinehurst, Bob? Is it the driving the ball in the fairway to U.S. Open, which obviously is very important? These greens are difficult to hit. Is it the chips? What do you feel is the most important shot this week, if you will?
Yeah, I think getting into the fairway is important, although I don't sense that the fairways are overly narrow. So to me, it really becomes more the second shot. Because these greens are, the Donald Ross, they fit the Donald Ross mold. They're inverted. They're rounded and they roll off. And so that makes these greens smaller than they appear. Because if you hit it on the edges, it's going to come off. If you're short, it's coming off the front. If you're long, it's going off the back. If it's on the sides, if you're not on the surface, you're not going to get away with staying on the green, which of course, staying on the green allows you, obviously an easier chance to get it close to the hole by putting. If you miss, it's going to roll off. So I think the second shots are really important. I mean, if you're off the fairway all day, you're going to be in trouble. But you can advance the ball from off the fairways here. It's not overly penal. You've got some, sandy areas, some wiry grass, but you can play from it. Doesn't mean you're going to be able to control it, but it allows you to get away with some poor drives here and there. But when you're in the fairway, you better take advantage of it and get it on the green in a place where, you're going to give yourself a few chances, because when you do miss, it's going to be tricky.
The USGA, speaking of miss, can be hit or miss with their US Open setups. The golfers that you've talked to so far this week, do they feel that the USGA is more a hit or more a miss with the course setup?
I think we have to wait on that. I've heard some different things already. Wyndham Clark on Monday said he thought the greens were already borderline. And that was after a good amount of rain on Sunday night. They were applying some water on the course yesterday, which means that they're fearing that some of the greens are already getting too firm. There's some great video out there already of balls being just dropped on a green and how they start running and pick up speed, depending on where you are. So, it's going to be hot. It's Friday especially is going to be very humid, in the 90s. Makes you wonder if they might put some water on the greens because it's going to be so warm. And then, when you do that, that takes a little bit of the fire out of them. But like Tiger said yesterday, he said when Donald Ross designed these greens, the fastest they could run was 6 or 7 or 8 on a stimp meter. He said they were like the speed of the fairways. They're 13 now. Agronomy has allowed, golf course superintendents to get green speeds to quicker. They can cut them lower. They can maintain them. They look great. They play great. But the contours on these greens were probably not meant for those speeds. And that's where they run into some problems where it could get out of hand, And if you put the pin in a position where, the possibility exists for a ball to not stay there, putting from certain angles. And, this has happened throughout U.S. Opens over the last 20, 30 years. There's just these examples of some pins sometimes that are like, man, you're fortunate to get out of there. So we'll see. I mean, you'd like to think that they've studied all the angles. They've looked at places. Obviously, they have the positions from where they had the pins 10 years ago when U.S. Open was last year. And the officials test that stuff out. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's an example or two where there's some complaining once the tournament gets started.
Are there birdie holes out there? I know that seems like a ridiculous question with these guys, but I mean, are birdies going to come by just great shots, or are there a couple of holes that they have to take advantage of?
Yeah, I think there are some birdie holes. I mean, there's only 2 par 5s.
Right.
And you probably better at least be giving yourself a chance at birdie on those holes. There's a couple of short par 4s, which is great. I love short par 4s. I think it tempts you, But I mean, out and out. I mean, yeah, I guess there's birdie holes if you hit it in the fairway. I was watching on 18 yesterday on the practice round. I was watching a few groups come through, and I saw Mickelson play 18. And obviously Phil isn't the longest guy out there anymore. But he hit a drive in an 8-iron on 18 to a couple of feet, 8 feet or so, and made the putt for a birdie in a practice round. And I wouldn't call 18 a birdie hole, but if you're in that position, you better be thinking I'm going to go at this with an 8-iron. So it's possible. A lot of it has to do with circumstances. Now, then there's the 16th hole, which I wasn't thinking about it at the time because I know there's only 2 par 5s, but I remember thinking, is this a par 5? When I was looking at it from the tee, and it's not. It's a 540-yard par 4. I mean, 540 yards. I mean, obviously they play par 4s to that length these days sometimes, and it was into the wind yesterday. So I mean, that's probably not a birdie hole. you're probably there's going to be a lot of fives on that hole, and probably the guys are going to walk off going, well, that's really a par five. So it's a place where you got to be patient, take your medicine, understand that pars are going to probably be pretty good most of the time, and take your opportunities when you get them.
Bob Harig, Sports Illustrated, author of Drive, The Lasting Legacy of Tiger Woods. You could order it and have it for a Father's Day gift. Just saying. All right. Follow Bob on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Did you cover the 99 U.S. Open?
Yes, I sure did. Yes, I was here.
I bring that up because, and I think we've all seen the stat, I don't want to say golf has changed. And granted, Payne was not a long hitter. He was just a straight driver. It's why he always played so well and won 2 U.S. Opens. But average length off the tee that week for Payne Stewart was 255. I mean, is that a 6 iron for DeChambeau? 5 iron? What? It's unreal, Bob. How I don't want to say the game has changed. ...
Yeah, it's changed a lot since then. I mean, and the course really isn't really much longer than then. It's pretty much it's longer, but I don't know by the amount that would make up. I mean, he was also positioning himself off the tees also in places. And in 1999, Tiger tied for third. Tiger was hitting it plenty far back then. So Payne was giving up some distance, but he was the only player under par. He shot 1 under, and in fact, if you throw out Martin Keimer, there's only been a handful of players under par in 3 U.S. Opens. In 2005, Michael Campbell was even par. So for the first 2 U.S. Opens, there was 1 player under par. And then last time, Keimer was 9 under, and then there was 2 or 3 guys at 1 under. So Keimer was the outlier. He got out front the first day, shot a great second round. He actually shot over par in the final round and won by 8. It was a little bit reminiscent of what Tiger did in 2000 when he was 12 under and everybody else was over par at Pebble Beach. So I don't expect 1 under to win. I think it's going to be lower. I think there's going to be a handful or more guys under par, but I don't think it's going to be way under par. I don't think you're going to see 12 under. I think it'll be, more maybe in the 8 to 10 under range. A lot of it depends too on the weather. But that is a wild stat about Payne Stewart, and it just does go to show. I mean, Bryson DeChambeau was running through his clubs yesterday a little bit. He hits his 8 iron 205. He hits his 7 iron about 220. So it is a different game when you talk about somebody like that. And even though Bryson isn't going to be able to pound drivers on every hole, if he positions himself and has 208 in or 205 in and can hit an 8 iron, that's an advantage, especially to these greens. But the key, of course, is getting yourself into that position and then taking advantage.
Bob, we got a little less than a minute, but Scheffler played and won last week, not putting great. Can he get away with winning the U.S. Open, not making a putt longer than 6 feet like he did a week ago?
I think he's going to need to make some putts longer than that just because it's hard to get it close. But the key is if he's leading the field in greens and regulation like he's been doing in majors, or at least been up there in that stat, he'll be hard to beat, because that to me is what matters, is getting it on the green, and he's been a master at that. And when he putts well, let's be honest, if he'd have putted well last week, he wins easily. He didn't putt that great, and he still managed to win, shooting over par the last day. So I do think he probably has to putt a little bit better, but if he's hitting greens, he's going to be fine.
He's Bob Harig. He writes for Sports Illustrated, author of Drive, The Lasting Legacy of Tiger Woods. You can order it for Father's Day weekend. Follow Bob on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, stay cool and have a great tournament, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I are
Hello, hello.
Hi, Seth.
Here's the story of a man named Brady. Marsha. What's up?
Another day. It's a Friday
Yeah.
to me. I'm going on vacation tomorrow for 2 days.
Oh, nice. Where are you going?
Going to Michigan to play in a golf tournament with a buddy.
Right on. My mother's back in the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you. Yeah, so yesterday was a clusterfuck. Whoop.
Yeah. No.
Twitch, we're okay. Twitch, we're okay.
Yep.
Yesterday was a mess, and today, Sports with Friends is really not put together yet. So I got to cram that.
Well, if we're ever in your way, you can always just send us a text and go, "Hey, guys."
No. Hey, this is not a big deal. This, and I had iHeart this morning, so I got plenty. This is fine. I'll get it together. I'm like 90% done with the ad, and then I'll finish that when we're done here. I just hate rushing. I'm not a good rusher. I like to be meticulous.
What are the daughters doing this summer?
The one daughter is going to Boston University. She's going to be a terrier. She's taking a couple classes.
Oh, the oldest is like what, 15?
She's going to be a junior.
Okay.
So this is a good experience. She wants to see what dorm life is like. And
Oh, it's a great college city. There's only about 800 universities, and you can, if she's in the right spot, she can walk to so much.
She's going to have a blast.
Yeah.
She's so excited.
It's a great college city.
Yep.
She can handle the weather.
Yeah, but it's not much different than here.
No, I know that. But you remember that most people watching right now are in
I get that.
Right. They think of, spending falls and winters in New England as awful.
Yeah. It would be amazing. So, and then later in August, I'm going to take her to Colorado. She wants to see Colorado University, the Buffaloes. Her some knowledge of that school is the acceptance rate that she finds favorable, and TikToks. People make these TikToks showing off the campus, and she thinks this campus is like a palatial place.
Okay.
I said, all right, we're going to take a tour. But both really good places.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we are halfway home on this hump day. We begin the 8 o'clock Eastern hour with Seth Everett. He of the two great podcasts, Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. You can follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Pat Kirwan to come in about 35 minutes. Our poll question, is Tiger going to make the cut at the U.S. Open? Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. Great segment with Bob Harig. That's my guy, man. He's made 3 appearances on Sports with Friends.
Wow. He must only be a friend then.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's officially a friend.
Eli territory.
Well, I listened to him with you guys. I think I asked better questions, but that's nothing either. Here, I'm just kidding.
Well, since that's where you started, Seth, I wanted to get to something today.
Here we go.
Because last night, Skynes, the pitcher there for Pittsburgh, threw a great game in St. Louis, and the best fans in baseball gave him a standing ovation, the road pitcher, for throwing a one-hitter, and I just thought your thoughts on the St. Louis crowd.
That's an oldie. That's going to the well.
Yep. We set you up there, big fella.
This is exactly what I needed today. That is perfect. St. Louis fans, the greatest fans in the sport, just ask them. They'll tell you. That fight that I ever had. Oh, my God. Can I tell the story?
Absolutely. Only if it's a good one. It needs to meet a certain criteria. You ask better questions than us, according to you. We tell pretty good stories.
That was a joke.
So just so you know, this needs to be a good one.
That story. So the first part of that story is in St. Louis, Albert Pujols was the first baseman of the Cardinals. This is a long time ago. Albert Pujols was the first baseman of the Cardinals. And because he was coming off an injury, the World Baseball Classic was coming up. And he couldn't play for Team Dominican Republic because the team couldn't get an insurance policy on him. So he was ruled ineligible for the World Baseball Classic. The team Dominican Republic was playing an exhibition game in Jupiter, Florida against the Cardinals. And he was healthy. He could play, but he couldn't play for Team Dominican Republic. Because the Dominican Republic people were his countrymen, he didn't want to play against them because it would dishonor them. And I said, boy, don't you think Albert Pujols should play against the Team Dominican pitchers so maybe they get some reps against arguably the best player in the sport? St. Louis fans then decided I am the devil. And that continued throughout Staying Hot with Seth and Bone, the show I did with Daryl Hamilton. St. Louis fans never let me hear the end of it. Then we had a debate. This was in 2009. I was in Sirius XM. We were at the All-Star game in St. Louis. And we were talking, this is after Buster Posey got hurt. And I said, what if you could take the DH and select the catcher instead of the pitcher? So that these catchers that are great hitters, like Joe Mauer and Buster Posey, these guys are great hitters, and they're getting hurt because they're catching. And I said, if you had Yadi Molina, you would have him as a catcher. No matter what he does at the plate, he's more valuable to you as a catcher.
Right. And that's true.
You would have thought I said the Lord's name in vain. You slammed Yadi Molina. Get out of St. Louis. It was that, and I had joined social media by then.
Oh, well, good. So you took it calmly.
So the
Right.
end result of this experience, this 10-year fight with St. Louis fans, is all I can say is, do not sell yourself short, St. Louis. You are just as obnoxious as New York and Boston fans.
Well, they were
that
really
was like
good
going
last
back
night.
to the
By the
well.
way, just so you know, you may ask better questions than us, but we tell better stories than you. Just so you know.
there you go.
So we're even. Hey, in all seriousness, let's unite about something here. Let's
Okay.
talk hockey. All
Oh.
right, and suspensions. There have been a lot of hits to the head in this playoffs. The NHL hasn't suspended anybody. Panthers got away with a few. Trouba, the
Draisaitl.
Rangers had 3 hits, could have been suspended for any of them. Now, of course, we got the hit by Draisaitl on Barkov. Don't you think, first off, do you think Draisaitl should have been suspended, yay or nay? It's a yes or no question.
I think so. I would have suspended him. Yeah. But
Okay.
if you're going to be consistent with the playoffs, then they wouldn't, because
that's what I was going to ask. Do you think the NHL kind of boxed themselves in by not doing anything in the second and third rounds?
Yeah, they did. Also, that knee-on-knee hit, his name escapes me. What was the guy?
Well, there were 2, actually. There was one where the Florida player initiated it near the goal. The goal got in the way. There was close to a knee-on-knee hit there.
The one on
But
open ice.
Right. Where the guy got 5 minutes in a game misconduct.
I thought he should have been suspended.
Hmm.
Because that was intent to injure. Not that the hit to the head wasn't. There's been so much evil intent. I'm shocked at the ferocity of these games. And it's funny because a lot of people say the finals is usually the cleanest because the teams barely know each other, but these teams hate each other. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that half the Panther rosters from Calgary.
I think the fact that you guys want to suspend people in the playoffs is interesting, to say the very least, as someone who spent the majority of my life.
Well, but if you do it in the first round and you set a
I find this
precedent,
fascinating.
you change the way the sport is played because guys don't want to get suspended.
Mark, you were in hockey, though, through the 90s and into the middle 2000s. And we would all acknowledge the league is giving the appearance that player safety. I mean, Mark, the truth of the matter may be the NHL may be a lot like the NFL. How much do we mock the NFL about caring about, air quotes, player safety? Well, I mean, the NHL's been trying to,
The NHL is actually the worst at it, David, because it's not just from the standpoint of the league calling it the way they do. We've heard nothing about Barkov. He could very well be concussed, and I think he's playing in Game 3. I don't think there's anything that's keeping them out of the game.
Tape and aspirin to it. Right.
Exactly. I think they are still very much old school to the nth degree on how they treat injuries versus the rest of the sports.
Yeah, hockey players are a different breed. They're also the nicest athletes you'll ever come across, but they are a different breed. That what they can endure in the regular season, but especially the playoffs, the amount of injuries that don't get discussed. There are so many guys on both those teams that are hurt. You just have to tip your cap to them. It's amazing.
And Trouba should have been suspended at least once. Okay, but in your point, I guess Trouba disclosed, after the playoffs, that he basically played with a broken ankle or leg.
Yeah. By the way, do you guys want to have a little contest? Let's see how fast into the broadcast for Game 3 the national media at ESPN mentions the great ice in Edmonton.
You know what?
These broadcasters, regional, national, they cannot stop talking about this Fakakta ice and this nonsense with the ice. Edmonton, great ice, great ice, great ice. You think they don't know how to freeze something in Seattle?
Well, the other thing, though, there are, Madison Square Garden's always had bad ice, but Florida spent millions 2 years ago. Whatever the system is, Seth, ironically, just before they started making deep playoff runs, the Panthers spent however many millions it was. They've got that system in place. And the ice, I was there for Game 6 of the conference finals. The ice was great. And it was the first Saturday in June.
I think it's a crutch that broadcasters have when they're in that building. They think about it. Everybody talks about it constantly. So they use it and they go to it. Ray Ferraro will go to it within the first 5 minutes. You'll see. He'll say, great ice, Sean.
And we're still in infancy with ESPN's broadcast, and Sean is not a hockey guy. He's gotten better, but this is not.
I think he's great.
At hockey?
I just think he's great, period.
No. I'm not asking. He's great at football. He's if the Rangers or Bruins are playing, he's good because he knows who they are.
The TNT broadcast is a better broadcast.
To learn who the hell the Panthers are.
But I think Ferraro is great. I like him a lot, and I adore former Sports with Friends veteran Emily Kaplan. She is amazing. She asks such better questions than anybody else.
Do you know what's clearly apparent too? The players like her.
Yes.
It's very apparent when a coach and a player is just doing the obligatory sideline interview, if you will, as opposed to when they really like the person who's asking the questions.
Totally.
The people in hockey really like her. You can tell.
And it's not to knock Jackie Redmond or any of the other people.
And here's how you can tell when somebody likes you. When you ask not your best question.
Yeah.
And they're fine with it. And they just roll with it.
Well, I don't know who, and I don't remember the player, and it's my fault, but she interviewed a Panther player in an intermission, and they happened to stretch the camera. They stayed on the shot longer than they probably should have. And you could see the player look over at her after the interview, look over at her and go, "Hey, see you later." He was walking away, and it turned and stopped and made eye contact. It should have never made camera. And it was one of those moments that I went, I'll be damned. He's in the middle of it's an intermission of a Stanley Cup playoff game, and he's stopping to make sure that he says goodbye because he felt he didn't do it properly on air. That says something.
She hasn't covered hockey that long.
It also says
5
something
years.
you talk about, Seth. These players are different than other players.
You're right.
All right. Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. Go.
Sports with Friends is a longtime Orlando, Florida sportscaster, Jamie Say. She's been there for now 15 years. She was a freshman when I was a junior, and we knew each other from Syracuse. And every 4 to 6 weeks on the podcast, I've been trying to have former classmates on. After we lost one of our former classmates, we all decided we should talk more. And we decided to have people who had interesting stories to tell. So Jamie Say did Sports with Friends. She was brilliant. Hall of Justice is about The Boys. Tomorrow, it comes out. Tomorrow is season 4 of The Boys. And they had a spinoff show about 6 months ago called Gen V, which was great. We would talk about it. Marshall Harris, who's also a sportscaster, joins me to break down Gen V and The Boys preview season 4.
He's Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice, two very different but two terrific podcasts. Check them out if you don't. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, all the best to your mom. Hope things get better. Thanks for making time for us. Seth Everett, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan will join us to talk all things NFL 25 minutes from now. Make sure you vote in our poll question. Tiger going to make the cut, yay or nay?
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts
I would think that'd be pretty good odds, CBW. I mean, you might be able to get something there. Wow. Staring into your soul. Okay.
Huh.
There's just a lot that there's a lot of things that I'm checking to make sure. I got to make sure mics are off. There's a certain button that we press when we're on air versus when we're talking to you guys. I get nervous because Seth will drop an F-bomb. Yeah, there's something now that I thought the streamer on their app is working fine. But welcome to the Twitch chat room. KW. We had another KW. What happened to the other KW? He's been gone for a while.
I know.
I get worried when they're gone for a while. Our audience is old, David. Yinzer on the ESPN app? That's true, Michael. Thank you. You're right. Because I've not heard any problems with the really? Okay. Because I was talking with the people here. They said there's no problem with the app, but if you try to stream it through their website, there's a problem.
Damn. So is anybody else besides KW having trouble with the app?
Well, they're all right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan, a little more than 15 minutes time here on Miller and Moulton. As a prelude to Pat, by the way, Game 3 NBA Finals tonight. Porzingis is, hour to hour. Miller and Moulton don't think he's going to play, but just need to read to you the injury again. And I don't know, does this cause pain in your side? By the way, when you hear me say, Porzingis has a torn medial retinaculum, which has allowed the dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon. I don't know if he can walk that off or if he's going to lose a limb. Man, that sounds bad.
It does sound bad. And I don't think he's playing tonight.
I don't either. I don't think he's playing in Dallas.
Yeah, I don't know if he's playing in the series again. I mean, the way they're talking about this injury and the long-term effects if he screws something up, I just don't know if he's playing again this series.
All right, let's assume. Can we play the hypothetical game? Which could be a version of yes, no, maybe so. Huh?
Hey.
Thank you, rerun. So, if Porzingis doesn't play the rest of the series, how much of a shot do you give the Mavs in the rest of the series? Like, do you think this series now goes 6?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question, David.
I'm here.
If Porzingis is out and Barkov is out.
Barkov's a much bigger loss. They can lose the series without Barkov. I mean that. And you know how much better I think the Panthers are than
Right.
the Oilers. But no. If Barkov can't play, those two guys can start to take over the series. They can. And especially if Knobloch's smart enough to never put them on the same line. Because then Florida will have no answer for one of them every game. I'm telling the Barkov, if he's hurt, next to Bobrovsky, is he the second most important player on the team?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I'll tell you what, and I am not playing around. If you gave me a choice for the rest of the series, if I'm the Florida Panthers, I could lose Barkov or Bob. I'd rather lose Bob. I think they get the horse into the barn with their backup goalie. That's how big a loss I think the Barkov injury is.
Now,
I think
Barkov's playing, for the record.
I do too, but I think he's wearing a cage. I think he's wearing the most thing he can wear while still the NHL letting him on the ice.
And that's fine. That doesn't matter. Guys have been doing that forever.
Because if he's got a concussion, he's going to play through it. It's the NHL. They look.
They
other
lie.
way. Yeah,
Right.
They do. They just look the other way. I think there's also a chance the jaw is broken, and that's why I think you're going to see. I don't know if it's going to look like the college headgear cage.
Yeah, that's what he'd wear. He'd just wear a full cage.
So, but I'll say it again. You and I watch a lot of hockey. Have you ever seen Barkov knocked down? Just knocked down. I had never seen him knocked down before. Never mind stay down. Never mind with 12 minutes left in a Stanley Cup final. Him not even return to the bench. You can't tell me he's not injured.
Oh, there's no doubt. I just wanted to ask the question. Since you brought up Porzingis, we've got Porzingis, which has made a big difference in these finals. There's no question. Game one was...
He's the best player on the court. He was.
Largely won because of him.
He only played 21 minutes, and he was that big of a factor. Right. Also got off to another good start in game two. And defensively, he's, Boston's done a great job defending the rim against Dallas.
And not allowing players 3 through 7 to score points.
Right. But I think without Porzingis, I do not think Dallas is going to win the series. But, they were down 2-0 to Phoenix 2 years ago, a 64-win Phoenix team. You know how many games the Celtics won this year? Just saying, they could without Porzingis. Remember, we think defensively they figured out how to hold them to between 105 and 107. That's what they've done each of the first two games. Kyrie hasn't even hit a perimeter shot yet.
Well, that's because they're doing a hell of a job defending Kyrie. He's got to be able to figure out a way to get open more, to drive to the basket, and to convert, because he's been lousy.
Not been good. Yes.
There's no two ways about it. He's not been good.
Now, if you're a Boston fan, you're like, well, if we lose Porzingis, if Jason Tatum shows up, because the complementary part of Jason Tatum's game has been there. Defensively, rebounds, assists, and what have you. No, that's fine. But Jason Tatum offensively, he's had 2 bad games in a row.
Particularly game 2, in which he shot horribly, but still had, I think, 12 rebounds and 9 assists or something like that.
I think Tatum, by the way, plays really well tonight. He's a first-team All-NBA player. What are the odds he's going to have 3 bad offensive games in a row?
Who has a better game tonight, Tatum or Kyrie?
Tatum. You know why? I don't think they can put Drew Holiday on Kyrie. I don't think Dallas puts a defender as good on Tatum as Boston puts on Kyrie.
And that's been a big difference in the series, is the way they've been able to defend Kyrie. They've looked at Luka and said, score 30. Knock yourself out.
And he has both games, 32 and 30.
But we're going to make sure Kyrie doesn't score 20.
Right.
And Kyrie's got to get, I mean, those two have to get to 55. That's been my number throughout the playoffs, is that Doncic and Kyrie have got to get to 55 at bare minimum.
So game 3 tonight in Dallas. Porzingis is questionable at best. Game 3 tomorrow night in Edmonton. They don't even talk about injuries in hockey. This is a serious question. And Pat Kirwan coming up in 10 minutes. Serious question. With all of the sports betting that exists now, if you're running a sport / league, don't you have to become more forthcoming about the injuries? I know. Hockey, I don't know what to tell you. Listen, the SEC is openly talking about putting out an injury report before football games.
I need a moment.
Yeah. Because I could do a 4-hour show on all the lies we've been told in production meetings at CBS. By you name the coach and the staff. Doesn't matter. And we're talking late afternoon, less than 24 hours before kickoff. We're not going to tweet this out. We just need it for our broadcast. We're going to hold it till 3:30 on Saturday. No, can't get the truth. Couldn't get Urban to acknowledge that Tebow didn't practice one Friday before a Kentucky game. We were there. He wouldn't acknowledge it. And Sankey's talking about an injury report. Okay, that's how big gambling is, okay? But I'm serious. If you're Gary Bettman in the future, do you have to sit down with the hockey guys and go, don't know what to tell you. It's a thing of the past. We got to start telling the truth.
In theory, you're right. There's part of me that loves the cloak and dagger part of how this is done. I mean, this is so old school that it's about the only old school thing left in the sport, David.
I understand. I mean, Barkov officially is questionable with a sprained ankle. I get it. He took an elbow to the jaw.
But isn't this like Belichick putting everybody as probable?
Yeah, I understand. That was before 41 states could legally gamble. Pat Kirwan's next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
The screen went blank. I don't know what the heck happened.
The first 2 minutes of our commercial break, we have to do that.
Oh, that's the first time that ever happened with me.
So,
I'm
yeah,
fine.
Jacksonville doesn't like our faces without any talking. It doesn't look right. So, how are you, Pat?
I'm good. Really good.
Who'd you have at Game 5 with you?
Stevie was there. his wife, and some guy we fish with. I didn't really know him, but he's a complete hockey nut. He's gone to one game in his life. They had the party at our beach club on Tuesday. I'm going back to Florida tomorrow morning. I can't wait to find out if they destroyed the place. What are hockey parties like, Mark?
Oh, I think first off, these guys this isn't the same type of hockey player I hung around with.
Yeah.
This younger the younger generation doesn't act the way, they're more into their fitness than they are into throwing back beers. So I would expect, when I was here with the Everblades, we had one at, it's a club in Naples, threw a party for us like that. I think the guys would have been ultra respectful. They know where they are.
Yeah. Well, it's been a really great year.
And Brush lives in there too, so it's his neighborhood.
Yeah, he's part of West Bay. Oh, I was talking about you the other day with Ryan Brindley. We were someone was with him that played on that team back in the day. His name was Keith. I can't remember his last name.
Keith Anderson, probably.
Yes, Anderson, because his nephew was playing on this team with Brady and those guys, and his name was Anderson. They had me roaring about the old days. Yeah, Mark was right in the middle of this. I go, he's so polite right now. He goes, oh, really? They were like trying to blow your cover.
That's all right. I was a different person then. They're not blowing any cover.
Well, we'll see now. That Dan and Craig Brush, say what you want about him. The guy goes out and he said something about the new owners. They don't really understand. We don't always win. And they think winning is going to happen all the time. But he buys good players and he gets them to come and play. Brady's coach in New Jersey played for the Everblades. Alex was his name. He played 2 years. He was out of Penn State. But he knows Hosang. He was saying to me, he goes, people say Hosang left to go do rap music. Hosang got fired for never showing up for any meetings. Never came to anything. That guy is something else.
Is that the former first-round pick?
Yeah, 52 games for the Islanders and then shown the door for not attending meetings and ever getting therapy or anything. I think he had 19 assists in the playoffs. 18 or 19. And those young guys finally figured out how to handle he sees everything. His vision on the ice is ridiculous. And a lot of guys did, I'm sure early, because they was a mess. They didn't even react to him. They didn't believe that the pass was coming to them. And after a while, they all kind of picked up the pace. Yeah.
So you flew back Sunday?
Yeah, 7 a.m. I had to go to a hockey tournament right away.
Okay.
I was in North Jersey. It worked out perfect. So
glad the overtime was short then.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, should I just go to the airport and pass out here? It's just great. And I know it's hard for you to understand how I freaking respect those guys, but it's just amazing to me. The whole routine these guys go through to become even what they are. I mean, they have nothing. When this is over, they're going to all be working at Home Depot.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. And thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. During the offseason, Pat Kirwan joins us once a week, and he does so on Wednesdays at this time. Pat, who co-hosts Moving the Chains weekdays on NFL Radio, joins us once again courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, over a dozen locations in between. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. How are you?
I'm doing very well, and it's an interesting, quiet time, but we're going through position groups. We're starting pass rushers today, so I was telling the listener yesterday, this is more work intensive than the draft to get through all these teams with every position group. But I like doing it, and it sets up the camp tour. A couple things on my mind today, like I've said this on the show before, but the Rams remind me one more time. Yeah, they're going to try to curtail these scrimmages. Now, the Rams are going to scrimmage 3 teams. The Union's going to step in sooner or later and just say, you know what, 2 scrimmages, 1 day with each one of them. But now they got a 4-day, or 1 with Dallas, 1 with Houston, and 2 with the Chargers. This is how things get out of control.
Well, hold on a second, though. It'll be tough, I think, Pat, for the Union to get both things that they want. Okay, they want to get rid of basically all the voluntary OTAs. They don't even necessarily want a mandatory OTAs until, mid-July or late July. They want guys to have an off season, and then they're going to restrict what teams can do to get ready for the season when the guys finally show up. I can't imagine they're going to get both.
Well, the owners don't care about practice. They'll give practice away for no modifications in the CBA. You know how they operate. This is not going to cost us anything. In fact, these scrimmages cost a lot of money. You bring your team in, you fly in 3 days before you're going to play them in a preseason game. You're in hotels. It's expensive. But to me, and I love scrimmages, but I think when you start going with 3 teams and you're going to do 4 days worth of it, I used to run ours, and you get a lot of work done. I understand the merits of it, and I understand the preparation part. But when the Union says, that's a little too much football, the owners will say, yeah, okay, no problem. We'll cut back on that. We'll give you that one too. Because that's how they operate. Look at the state of affairs we're in now with the lack of practice time. That's what the Union fought for in the last CBA. The CBA a good deal for the players?
No,
not at all. So, Pat, what's the alternative to scrimmages? Because you said it, there's a lot of good here. Teams really like this. They're just going to, in your estimation, minimize the number they can have?
I think that's where it's going to head, just listening to a couple of agents too, that they think we're going to go after this and get it down. They don't want to eliminate them. They understand the merit of them, but I promise you, they're going to say maximum of 2 teams and a maximum of 3 days. So you can have 2 with one and 1 with the other. That's where they're headed. But 3 teams, these things can get physical. These things can get out of control too if you're at the wrong group. And then the fighting starts and everything else. And by time you get to the 3rd one, no veteran wants to be out there. They're tired of it.
So let me get this straight. They're not going to play in the preseason games. They're not going to show up for most of the offseason. And now we're going to limit how many times they scrimmage. But the owners will say, we'll give you all that because we want an 18th game. So what is it that you want that's not going to cost us any money? Is this Aaron Rodgers thing a legitimate thing? Is this a sign that, the Jets just still should not be taken seriously?
It sure looks that way. And the Jet fans are they're into what they really do is they hold on to their biggest nightmares, and they can't wait to roll them out the second anything happens. So this caused turmoil yesterday with a number of them that call in. So I don't think so. I try to calm them down, but they want to expect to be bad. That's the safest bet they can make. Once they start saying those things out loud, they get to say, I told you so. And they've had such bad history that they absolutely think this is the way it's going. But I don't. I think Rodgers wants to play and he'll be fine. I don't know how it got to the point where he wasn't there and they didn't know about it, but they have to find him. We get all that part of it. The language in it says you have to do it. So that I think it'll blow over probably by today, but not yet. And the other thing that's on my mind, we talked about this before, and you posed a theory to me, David, and I've been thinking about it. Look, quarterbacks want to make 50 million, but the receivers all want to make over 30 million. And there are 94 receivers that are going to be free at the end of this season. 94. And you start asking, the club guys are asking, well, where's the sweet spot? We can't give them all 30 plus. So you see Ayuk's deal, they try to throw 23 at him. which was what Debo makes. But you said it, like, do we have enough good receivers coming out of college that we can curtail this? I don't know. I think we have 6 guys or 7 guys that are over 30 or more. And I think when you look at this list, you can see 6 or 7 more guys. CD Lamb, T. Higgins, those guys should be able to get there. Now they're making a big campaign for Amari Cooper. I don't think that'll happen. But the weirdest thing, and this is, I won't bore you with all this, but Mike Evans threw a curveball in this whole thing. He took a 2-year deal for $41 million, $20 million. Now, the guys who represent Keenan Allen, they don't want to talk about that deal. The guys who Brandon Cooks, that D-Hop, those kind of guys are going to be subjected to talking about the Mike Evans deal. But I like the financial wars. I'm glad I'm not in it. But I think that you said it to me, and then I looked up how many guys are going to be free, and it's 94 of them. And of the 94, I think about 20 of them think they're getting a big payday.
All right. Your information is better than mine. I've got Evans at 2 for 52, 35 of it up front.
Yeah, that's wrong. I think that was broadcast by the media and the agent. It's in the books. It's in the books, 2 for 41 with 35 guaranteed.
Okay. All right.
Pat, the Steelers signed Tomlin or extended Tomlin.
Yeah.
We were discussing yesterday, and we got to about 8 or 10. How many coaches, are there that you think are better than Mike Tomlin out there right now?
Well, the bottom line is winning, and the guy has won an awful lot of games. Now, the ownership has already said we better get back and win some playoff games. But in typical Steeler fashion, they don't fire the coach. They actually give him an extension. They did the same thing with Cowher, and he had a losing season 2 out of 3 years, and they walked in and said, it's not Cowher's fault, it's your fault, right to the players' faces, and gave him a contract extension. So how many guys are better than Mike? Oh, gosh. I don't know, 2 or 3 maybe. I think where Mike's strength is, a lot of guys don't have it, and he is a incredible communicator to his players. He can stand in front of those guys. And now Bill Parcells said to me many times, we all have a shelf life. Well, guess what? Mike doesn't have a shelf life. His story, which he's still telling, is effective. And in a lot of businesses, that's not the way it is. Your story works for a while, 5 or 6 years, gets old. Players have heard it so many times. But Mike Tomlin has a very special way of dealing with his players, communicating with them. I'm at practice and at camp, and I watch him walking around. He's engaging with the guys. He doesn't stand on a pedestal, but when he needs to make a point, they all stop and listen. So on that level, he might be the best one.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains. It's weekdays 3 to 7, and Pat joins us throughout the year, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers where you can't fake fresh. You mentioned earlier that you and Jim on your show are going through position groups to kind of show the overall strength of a team on paper before the injuries start and what have you.
Yep.
I was thinking about this team the other day. I don't know if there are 8 teams in the league who have better roster than the Cleveland Browns. Yet we're not taking the Browns seriously as a really serious contender. They won 11 games last year. We don't talk of them and think of them as a serious contender. Their roster is really good. Is this all because we've lost faith in Deshaun Watson?
Yep. I think it's show me, wait and see mode with him. And he hasn't done anything to have confidence from the fan base. Nice enough guy, and he says all the nice things and everything else. And I think his past is behind him. But it's all about him. And I think the real pressure, well, they can't get rid of him. We all know that. The contract's not going to permit that. But the fans see it the way you guys see it. They see a good roster. They're waiting for this guy to take the roster over the top. I'm glad they gave Kevin Stefanski a contract extension. That to me was important. So I'm looking at their groups, all right? Their position groups. And not that these grades mean anything to you, but they were a top 5 team in the safety department with a score of 17, which is a big score. They were in the top 10 in the cornerback population. Actually, they were in the top 5 of the cornerback population. So just as I'm breaking down defense and looking at what you're looking for to back up the opinion that they have a good roster, they're in very good shape in a lot of places. Not so much at the pass rusher, and you'd say, well, they got the big guy. Yeah, they have the big guy, but the other side needs a little bit of work. So they're pretty darn good on paper, and I'm just finishing up. When we get done with the pass rushers, we'll be done with the defense, and we get to the offense. But here's the one area I do worry about, and that is losing Billy Callahan. Billy Callahan, besides being a great line coach, he ran the run game, practice, scheme, calling it. And if you really think about how they were able to handle life without Chubb, was pretty damn impressive.
What do they want their identity to be, though, Pat? You know, when you look at Baltimore, you know what their identity is. You look at Pittsburgh, you know what their identity is. Even Cincinnati, you know what their identity is. With Cleveland, their identity was run. Chubb got hurt. Is it still a run-first team? What is the Browns' identity headed into the season?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing all 4 teams that you mentioned there, they have to have a defensive identity. In that division, you know, you got to play hard-nosed, bloody football. And if you're soft on defense, you're going to get run over. So they do have the makings of a solid defense. So they can, that part of their game, I think they'd look at and say, hey, we're in pretty good shape, minus a guy or two. But on offense, you know, they're getting ready to pay Cooper, most likely. They know that Deshaun Watson, if he ever turns into the guy he used to be, can throw the living daylights out of the ball. He really could. And I think they want that to be the way they are. Kevin came from the Vikings, and his background has something to do with running the ball. But I would think they feel like, you know, to win in this thing, you got to be able to play catch-up football. You got to be able to score late in the fourth quarter throwing the ball. I think that's what happens to a lot of these guys. I had some interesting numbers on them, and it was we got into a nice argument with some guys about all this nonsense, but they were talking about, you know, how good quarterbacks are in their own division. And that was what my point was. It was started with Dak Prescott and gravitated to everybody else. Prescott, let's get rid of Prescott. You know, he's 32-8 in his division. Yeah, okay. It's obvious he doesn't win a lot in the postseason, but a lot of these guys don't win in the postseason. So I think until we find out if Watson can win in his division and have a winning record at the end of the year, at least a 4-2 record, I don't know how people are going to love him. Now, I asked you guys last week about Purdy. The guy's not lost a division game yet. $50 million.
Listen, everybody's freaking out over the $50 million. All right. The cap is going to be $300 million in 2 years. When they open by the end of the decade, when they open their TV deal up again, look at what the NBA just got. Do you know what the NFL salary cap is going to be in 5 years? It's going to be 400 plus million. It really is. I mean, fans are losing their mind. I'm telling you, there's more than enough money there. There really is.
Yeah, I say this on the air with you guys every week, but it's not the dollars, it's the cap space. You just got to spread your money out enough that you can have stars, but you can function. You don't want to get tied up in a knot like Dallas is. They can't do anything. And it's their own fault for the kind of contracts they wrote, but you cannot have 40% of your cap going to the top 3 guys. When that happens, you're in trouble. So, hey, did I talk to you guys about Omar, about the bargain? Oh, I love Omar over in Pittsburgh. He's got Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Cam Sutton, Van Jefferson, Scotty Miller, Cordero Patterson, and P. Ryan, all of them for a combined $12 million of cash.
Was that 7 players for an average of about 1.7 a player? Yeah. Now we just have to see if the quarterbacks can play.
I thought Russell played well last year. I really did. And Justin, he's going to have to learn. But Sutton's going to be a starter. Van Jefferson's going to be the 3rd receiver. Patterson's going to be the new guy on the kick return stuff. Scotty Miller will make the team. $12 million.
That's good roster management. He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Move of the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. And he'll join us once a week until this training camp tours begins. And in August, Pat will be back twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers. Pat, be well, safe travels, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Pat Kirwan joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and
Good to know I didn't get the producer stipend.
We have to fight that.
I just sent Marty an email. I'm not happy. Not gotten paid for commissions, not gotten paid, can't get answers. I'm getting really frustrated. I'd like to have an extra $1 or $2 once.
I got to admit, I don't know what, Sonny, I don't know the McEnroe incident. What's gone on? I'm doing the show. I don't know what's going on.
Apparently, he said something about the lack of makeup on Swatek, and it's taken a lot of heat for it. It's a great question, Jake. It's a great question. But when I don't show up one morning, you'll all know why.
And Mark knows he can call me up and just say I'm done, and I'll be like, okay.
Well, I don't want to be done. I love doing the show.
I
I
know.
just want to be compensated properly for it. And I'm getting a little sick and tired of how this has gone down.
I agree.
In a year. I don't know why the F I should even sell anything. He doesn't pay commissions.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thank you so much for listening. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, U.S. Open golf gets underway tomorrow. Tiger going to make the cut, yay or nay? So far, about 2/3 of you go, no. Don't see it happening. Sorry, Tiger. I'm off the bandwagon. I think you're done.
I don't think he's going to make it.
I don't think he's going to make it. Now, Tiger was never my favorite golfer. I was a Phil guy. Not that I rooted against Tiger, but I'm just saying, I wasn't, Tiger was the reason I watched golf, blah, blah, blah. That was never my thing.
It's funny. I was never a Tiger guy, but he was the reason I watched golf.
Okay.
I mean, I never had the affinity for him that others that I know had, that it was all Tiger all the time, but can't take it when he was playing. You couldn't take your eyes off of him.
Well, I will say it was kind of like me with NASCAR. Like, I was not an Earnhardt guy. At first, I was a Tim Richmond guy. Then I was a Rusty Wallace guy. But I can tell you that every single race, I always was wondering where was the 3-car. And I would compare, it was kind of like Jack late in his career when he played the Open Championship. He just wanted to know where he stood in relation to Watson. And he shot a really bad first round one year. And he was like 9 behind Watson. And Watson was not in the lead. But Jack literally gave the interviews and said, well, I'm 9 back. And they're like, no, well, actually, you're like, no, I'm 9 back. And wherever Watson is, that's to me, it was, wherever Tiger was, where were you in relation to Tiger? Because he really didn't win every week. He didn't lead all the time. Won a lot, but he didn't win every week. He didn't win every other week. Just like Earnhardt. He won a lot. He won like 3 times a year on average. Maybe 4, but usually 3. But every race, it was kind of like, where am I in relationship to the man in black? Oh, okay. I'm 2 behind him. All right, we're doing okay.
Johnny Cash was a car racer?
Ah.
I got a great text during the show, David.
All right.
To my phone, because we were talking about rotary phones the other day, and a friend of mine who listens to the show, Todd, sent me a text of his rotary phone in his house. Apparently, you can buy a rotary phone on Amazon for like $20-25, and that's what they use for their landline in their house to make sure that all 4 of their children know how to use a rotary phone.
Ah, it's outstanding. Is he going to purchase a manual typewriter? I mean, how far down are we going to go with this?
Probably a Betamax machines in his future from not too far.
Man, oh man, I would love to have an 8-track and then have the last song, then all of a sudden it flips sides on you. And just for those seconds have like my child in the back. What's going on? What happened to the song? Oh, it ran out of space. We got to flip side. Yeah. Anyway, Miller and Moulton. So you tell me, do you think the Jets, Aaron Rodgers, he has shown up for everything?
All the voluntary stuff,
yes.
Everything.
He has shown up for everything. He's been a good teammate. He's practiced with the guys, even though he's rehabbing from the Achilles and all that. And is he 100% yet? Most people don't think he's all the way back yet. Okay, that's to be expected. But apparently, the 2 days, the official, everybody's got to show up for these 2 days. Everything else is voluntary. These 2 days are mandatory. Aaron's like, yeah, I got someplace else I got to be. It's important to me.
No one knows where it is that he has to be. We just know it's important to him.
And if you're the Jets, I mean, Salah's got no choice. He's the coach. I mean, he's got to win this year. That guy's his best chance to win. I'm just curious, though, if you're the Jets, are you going, oh, boy? Or are you like, listen, I know it's a bad look, but it's really no big deal, for goodness sakes. It's the second week in June.
David, normally, old me would have thought this was a big deal. Maybe Pat has just impressed upon me how worthless these mini camps are in his estimation. I don't think it's as big of a deal as they're making it out to be. If this were any other team, it wouldn't be the story that it is. But it's Aaron, it's the Jets, therefore it's a monster story. Because he's a wackadoodle.
Yeah, a little bit. Also, this is a make or break year. I mean, Aaron Rodgers even said, if we don't win this year, we're all getting replaced. And he made it sound as if he knows that'll include him. But he just said this. He said it publicly. I mean, we got it on camera with a microphone and everything. And he's like, oh, yeah, we're all getting fired. GM, coach, quarterback, we're all getting fired if we don't win this year. We know it. And he said, got to admit, I kind of like it.
And Aaron not saying what it is he's doing is total Aaron Rodgers.
Do you think these are the days that he scheduled the, 2, 3, 4 days of darkness? And
got to be better than minicamp in his eyes.
Please tell me this is like, I don't know, shacked up with a young lady who, and it just, only time that your schedules, she's like, well, listen, I'm available second week of June, Tuesday, Wednesday. I got minicamp. She's like, well, you got to decide. I mean, seriously. Now, we're making light of it. I hope it's not, somebody close to him is ill and he's there on their deathbed.
Well, I mean, he doesn't talk to that many people, right? I mean, does he talk to his family? So it can't be them.
Oh, here we go.
Well, what am I? How's
I know. It's not out of bounds.
The most cryptic guy there is out there in the league.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of skeletons in his closet. When he does something like this, how do they not come out? He's forced our hand in this case. He wants us to talk about him. He enjoys this, David. I really believe Aaron being the topic of conversation is really important for Aaron Rodgers. I believe that.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't. I find it interesting because obviously Pat McAfee knows him well, has a good relationship with him. You know, he comes on the show regularly, but also his co-host, is it AJ Hawk?
Yes.
Okay. Who I have to admit, does he speak on that show? I know he's on the Two Shot. I never see him talking. I see him nodding. Okay. I feel like he talks less than Ed McMahon did on the Tonight Show. But anyway, apparently Hawk is really tight with him. And they were both like, yeah, we don't know where he is. We don't know what he's doing. But they were mocking the Jets. They made it seem they were making fun of the Jets, which I find fun. What did the Jets do? Their guy didn't show up. What are they supposed to do? Track him down, imprison him? I mean, what?
Is there an athlete that holds his team hostage more than Aaron Rodgers does?
LeBron.
More? LeBron plays every game.
Well, okay. I stand corrected. No, right now it's Aaron Rodgers until I find out who the next Lakers coach is. Because if it's the guy he's doing the podcast with, LeBron might take the lead. But you're right. LeBron plays. And LeBron's delivering. Put it this way. If the Jets can get the type of season from Aaron Rodgers this year that LeBron just put up at 39,
they win the division. Tell you that right now, David. They win the division.
okay.
They win the division, and they're no worse than a 2 seed. I'm not messing around.
I know you're not.
They get that kind of year out of Aaron Rodgers.
He was third team All NBA. What was LeBron this year? He was judged to be one of the top 15 players in the league, and that was a legitimate All NBA selection too. That was not a given. That was not putting Taurasi on the Olympic team because she's Diana Taurasi. That was LeBron legitimately making All NBA. It was.
I mean, that would make him, and I know it's, they
make him a top 3 quarterback in the AFC. If you're third team All NBA, let's just equate that to, Aaron's one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the AFC this year. In the AFC.
Which might mean he's one of the 3 best in the NFL.
Correct. So I don't think it's a thing. I do think it's a bad look. I do. But it's tough for me to, Mark, you and I cannot say publicly for over a decade when people text us, when we used to take calls and they'd be all bent out of shape about things, and one of us would say to the other, what's the only thing that counts this time of the year? And what's our answer, Mark?
Injuries.
So unless he went and got himself hurt and they're covering, how is this a big deal?
Bingo.
So,
but there are a lot of, there's a lot of bad looks. Reddick not showing up's a bad look. And I know it's a different position, but Micah Parsons, when asked if he's basically, what did Parsons say? Something to the effect he's not even talked to Zimmer yet. He's spoken 10 words to Zimmer since he's been there, something like that.
Right.
That's a bad look.
Well, I got to admit, you know how sometimes you just get a feeling, good or bad? What do you think about so-and-so? I don't know. I got a good feeling about him. I really do. Tough to put my finger on it. You and I had that about the Rams last year. We're like, I got to admit, I kind of like them. I got a bad feeling about the Cowboys. You can't have every one of your key players playing for a contract. I mean, if you think about it, Dak's playing for a contract. CD, okay, Micah, their best offensive lineman is near at the end of his prime, and Zach Martin. I mean, Philadelphia's got every one of their key players locked up. Every single one of them is locked up. Dallas has none of their key guys locked up. And now Mike Zimmer, not exactly gentle in the face, is going to come in, and McCarthy knows it's winter, I'm fired. And these guys know producer get paid. I don't know. I think the Cowboys are set up for a bad year. Could be me overreacting and overanalyzing in June. Goodness knows I've done it before. I don't know, Mark. I got a bad feeling.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town?
All right, we got to talk some hot dog eating contest here.
Totally.
I mean, can Major League Eating survive? Kobayashi's been out forever. Can they survive without Joey Chestnut?
Didn't Kobayashi just retire?
I think so. But he hadn't competed in the Nathan's thing because he signed with that other league a while ago.
Right. Yep.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. By the way, Trent's coming back the next 2 days.
Yeah, we are going to pass like 2 ships in the night today.
Yep.
He's landing as I'm leaving. I'm hoping that it'll work out that I can at least say hello at the airport quickly, but I don't know if timing will work out.
And because Mark's he's pulling an Aaron Rodgers. He's getting up. He's leaving OTAs, and for 2 days. And then
I did not know the 13th and 14th of June were a mandatory minicamp for us.
And as Aaron told the Jets, I've got something that's really important to me. Mark said to me way back when, I don't know what to tell you. I got something that's really important to me.
I have to be honest. David and I had set up how we were going to run the summer, at least part of it. I was going to take a couple of days here. David and I are both taking next Friday off because, well, I have no Trent next Friday, so I'm not doing 4 hours solo. That's what it boils down to. I'm lazy.
Yeah.
And then we're taking a little time the week of the 4th, which we typically do every year. So Trent will be here hosting July 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't know how we're pulling that off, to be honest with you. I've kind of put that off because there's nothing we can do. I mean, we can't help him. We both have commitments. We cannot get away even for a couple hours to help him out. But yes, so Trent will be in tomorrow and Friday. And Trent, and maybe we'll arrange for him to be Trent and Friends. I don't know. But the first few days of July, and then that's it. He's done. We're dead to him. He's dead to us.
I've thought that there's a chance, because we do hook up the way you and I hook up, we could essentially hook up with Trent back in Michigan, that he may, if one of us had to go, there could be a chance that he's not dead to us.
Okay. All right. I'm fine.
Because he fulfilled his obligations in June, is going to fill his obligations in June and July. Had he not done that, we wouldn't even speak his name on the show.
No. In fact, there's a chance that he would have gone to a local establishment and had the same ending as The Sopranos. Okay. Yes, it would have gotten very serious very quickly. Don't know what song would have been on the jukebox, but yeah. So anyway, there's something that we've only mentioned once on the show today, and it was just in passing. And you would like a few moments to talk about this in further detail.
Well, yes, Joey Chestnut is not going to be a part of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest on the 4th of July. One of the great American sporting events that our country's known now for quite some time.
I did love the fact that for many years, the esteemed Paul Page, who was the voice of the Indy 500, would also then, 6 weeks later, be the voice of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Well, he wanted to do an event that people watched.
I understand. I just love the fact that two American, sports classics, the Indy 500 and the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
And I have respect for the eating that Joey Chestnut can do. But he sold out. He sold out, and he knew this was going to happen. I don't know what Impossible Dog is paying him. I don't know if it's Impossible Burger. I don't know if it's Impossible Dog.
I think it's Impossible Foods.
Okay, Impossible. All right, well, they had the Impossible Burger.
Right. Impossible Foods is the company. Right.
And so now,
they recently launched a vegan hot dog. So that caused the problem. It's one thing to have a vegan hamburger. That doesn't compete with Nathan's hot dogs. But now they've got a vegan hot dog. This is a problem. Direct competition to Nathan's.
Major League Eating has said, we are devastated to learn that Joey Chestnut has chosen to represent a rival brand that sells plant-based hot dogs rather than competing in the 2024 Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest. Major League Eating and Nathan's went to great lengths to accommodate Joey and his management team, agreeing to the appearance fee and allowing Joey to compete in a rival unbranded hot dog eating contest on Labor Day.
Chestnut and his manager said, to set the record straight, I didn't have a contract with Major League Eating or Nathan's, and they're looking to change the rules.
Nathan's is claiming, they're claiming they're not changing the rules. These have been
Right.
the rules. It's Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
Well,
that is the rule.
Well, isn't this why Kobayashi got
Kobayashi signed with another eating league. He went away from the MLE, David.
Right. Well, but
signed with a rival league. He went to Live Eating, basically.
Yes, but what I love, wow, that's outstanding. I think we all need to pause and admire how good of a line that was. That should not just be glossed over. He went to Live Eating. That's very well done, sir. That's a bomb from off the front edge at Pinehurst. You putted that one in from 60 feet, 20 of which was off the green. Outstanding. But, essentially Chestnut, they're saying the same thing. Kobayashi signed with a rival league. Okay. Chestnut, they're saying he signed with a rival brand. You can't, this is Nathan's. You can't be in any way trying to represent anything else but Nathan's. The bib that you're putting on says what? Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
MLE's trying to take the high road, David. They call him the greatest eater in history. Joey Chestnut is an American hero. We would love nothing more than to have him at the Nathan's Famous International Hot Dog Eating Contest. We hope that he returns. He is not representing a rival brand.
A few quick questions. First off, do you know how many times he's won it?
What, 5-6 in a row now, right?
He's won it every year since 2016.
Well, that's when Kobayashi left.
That's an 8-year run. That's 8 in a row. That's if they did it during the pandemic. I'm not sure if they did in 2020 or not. But he's won it every year since 2016. That's number one. Number two, do you know what his record number of hot dogs in 10 minutes is?
I don't.
76. 3 years ago. Last year, he won it with 62.
And what I'm afraid of now with no Chestnut, there's no reason to watch. We're going to have some schmuck get up there and win this thing with, 32 dogs or something.
I was going to say, because usually the second place finisher is like 20 behind him. Okay.
I think you have a shot. I think if we'd have known that this was coming, we could have properly trained you for this event. I have the video of you taking down
12 in less than 2 minutes.
Yes.
Now, obviously, if you prorate that out, that's 60. I don't think I would have kept up the pace of 12 in less than 2 minutes, but I did destroy the two people that Nathan's brought in to drum up some publicity. Destroyed them. I damn near did what they did combined. And I had just had lunch. I just had
12 dogs in 2 minutes after knocking down a quarter pounder with cheese meal with a backup quarter pounder with cheese, right?
2 double cheeseburgers, yes.
Oh, double cheeseburgers, sorry.
2 double cheese. I literally had just eaten them, and the Nathan's people walked in. And Mark looked at me and said, well, you got to do the eating thing, And I'm like, seriously? You just saw me. I ate 2 double cheeseburgers.
Just had lunch.
I just had lunch.
And you didn't wet the buns down for the first couple of dogs until you realized you had to.
Right. I had never done it before.
I mean, the Nathan's guy flat out looked at David and said, I think you could win a region.
Right. He said, not the region you're in. I know the guy that's going to win it. He goes, but I think you'd come in second. He goes, and if we knew how much you could eat, we'd basically get you to a different region so that you could win that region and make it to Coney Island. I go, that'd be great. My mom's an hour away. I even got a place to stay. You don't even have to put me up.
How horrified would your wife have been if you would have actually competed in a Nathan's hot dog eating contest?
Oh, my goodness. Completely horrified. My daughter would have thought it was spectacular.
Got that right.
In fact, I'm going to ask them this weekend. I'm going to see them both. I'm going to say, what do you think? Me competing Nathan's next year?
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts,
All right.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for listening. We'll look back at Game 3 of the NBA Finals tomorrow. Look ahead to Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final tomorrow. Reaching out to a couple of guest possibilities. I think John Forsland may join us once again. Trent will be in for Mark. And that's if, he doesn't have flight difficulty. I did think about that because remember he had the flight problem.
Right.
Which he got to us a day late. If he has a flight problem today.
A lot of dead air tomorrow. Man, we're relying on a lot of stuff to get on the air.
Yep. We've got a lot of depth to this team.
We've got quite a
team.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
That is fascinating when you really think about it.
You hadn't thought about that possibility, had you?
No, you put that in my head. And I am so checked out right now.
Yeah, you're gone. Oh, I know.
I'm off here.
Gone. He gone.
Today in 1942, Anne Frank gets a diary.
Well, okay.
Well, and she started writing in it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
There you go. Hogan wins the U.S. Open today in 48 at Riviera. The Tigers hired Sparky today in 1979.
First off, the Reds getting rid of him was just absurd.
Yes, it was. Larry Holmes TKOs Leon Spinks in 3 today in 81. 84, the Celtics beat the Lakers in 7.
It was a great final. 1-1, 2-2, home after that. Lakers should have swept them. They lost games 2 and 4. I don't know if they lost game 4 in overtime. I think they lost game 4. DJ hit a shot at the buzzer, I think, to beat him at the end of regulation. Maybe it was to beat him at the end of overtime. But the Lakers won game 1 in Boston, and they had a lead late, and Magic turned it over. And Celtics with the steal and the layup to tie it. Then Magic doesn't even get a shot off before the clock expires to end regulation. That was the finals that when the Celtics won, the LA Times headline was
Tragic Magic. Today in 87, President Reagan challenged Gorbachev to tear down this wall.
Tell you what, I know they're coming out with a movie about Reagan and what have you. I mean, the D-Day speech that he made, that Peggy Noonan wrote in the 40th anniversary in 84, and then that speech today in 87. I mean, two pretty damn good speeches.
The Bulls beat the Lakers today in 5 in 1991.
Michael's first, clutching the trophy in the locker room floor, crying.
Today in 97, David, was the first interleague game. San Francisco beat Texas 4-3.
That was the first interleague game?
Yeah.
Giants, Rangers. Wow, they've known how to market this sport for a long time, haven't they? Wow.
2003, the Lakers sweep the Nets. That's 3 in a row for the Lakers. 2009, in 7, Pittsburgh beats Detroit for the Cup.
First major pro sports team to win a Game 7 on the road in 30 years. Pirates in 79, Penguins in 09.
2011, the Mavs get the Heat in 6 for the title.
Remember Chris Bosh broke down? They walked off the floor and Bosh waited until he was out of view of everyone in the arena, but he didn't realize there was a camera in the hallway leading to the locker room, and Bosh collapses on the floor and just starts sobbing.
Today in 2016, the Pens beat the Sharks in 6. And unfortunately, that same day was the massacre at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando. 2017, Golden State beats the Cavs in 5. 2019, the Blues beat the Bruins in 7. And it was a year ago the Nuggets got their title, taking down Miami in 5. George H.W. Bush and Anne Frank, who got that diary, both born today. Mark Kalkalecki is 64.
The president would have been 100 today. HW would have been 100. If he had lived, he probably would have jumped out of the plane, right? What, that was his big thing?
Yeah.
Like 80, 85, 90. I think he jumped out of planes. So
What I missed, David?
Well, unfortunately, you missed, you leave the bad stuff for me. Medgar Evers assassinated on this day in 63, and OJ killed 2 people on this day in 94.
Yeah, I do leave those for you.
You do, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you. By the way, my phone blowing up from your line about Joey Chestnut going LIV, just so you know. I don't know if you've ever said anything in our 18 years together that I've had more people tell me, damn, that's funny. So you may have checked out, but you delivered maybe your best one-liner while he gone.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Oregon for the good today, where 6 members of the 1944 high school graduating class got together for their 80th class reunion. Think about that. That's the year our mothers was born, David.
Correct.
And they are doing their 80th class reunion. The beauty of it is they met up at a Denny's for their 80th class reunion in Salem.
I love the fact, do they all still live in town? Because that in and of itself is great if they didn't have to travel, but that's awesome.
It does not say. Quick run through the article and didn't get how long or where they're from. For the bad, we go to North Texas, where Whitney Foster, as a pastor, was leading the True Foundation non-denominational church, was busted for stealing over $800,000 from the church. The 56-year-old is going to do 35 years in prison for stealing that much property from the church, by the way.
I see where you're going there.
Right. Finally, the ugly, we go to Lady Lake, Florida, where Ralph Braun was arrested and charged with indecent exposure after he went for a walk around his neighborhood naked.
Oh, man. Is that necessary?
He lives in the Recreation Plantation RV Resort, and on Sunday afternoon went for a stroll.
Sunday afternoon? Not in the middle of the night?
No. 1:30 in the afternoon, police showed up in reference to a male walking in the nude.
Please tell me there's meth involved.
No. Not at all. He's 73 years old. And during his arrest, Braun told police, there are nude beaches in Florida, so I can be nude in this neighborhood.
Actually, sir, you can't.
No, it's
Now,
as a matter of fact, you cannot.
Want to go to Florida, those neighborhoods you can, it's kind of like, we're in Italy, just if we were in Germany, you would have won. That's why they call me Mr. Vegas.
They call him Mr. Shrinkage, and that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 12th, 2024.
Do we blame the 70s for this? Remember all the streaking that went on throughout the 70s?
I don't get it. I really don't. I understand the comfort of being naked.
Right.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to walk, from the shower to your dresser and go, this feels pretty good.
All right,
The moment you open the front door and say, I think I'm going to get the mail, you've crossed the line.
Have you ever put on that, and I don't know what network it's on, the show Naked and Afraid?
I've never watched it. And David, I don't know why, because I've seen enough of the previews that the show intrigues me, but I've never watched it.
I have no interest in the show, but if I'm flipping through the channels or the guide and I see it, it drives my wife bat blank crazy. So I always stop and put it on.
Part of your charm, David.
And just wait. How long does it take? Let's see. Is she paying attention? She's not paying attention yet. I'll just hang out until she's paying attention. And then she looks up and man, she just loses it on me. What are you doing? And I go, what? They're naked and afraid. I don't know. Little things that till you get to 28 years, I guess. Everybody's playing today in baseball. All 30 teams, 15 games, 4 of them in the afternoon. Rays and Marlins both playing at night. Rays home for the Cubs. They have identical records, by the way. They're both 32 and 35. Marlins got a win last night in New York. Marlins have always been able to beat the Mets. Always. They beat them last night. They're going to try to beat them again tonight. Celtics, underdogs on the road. By the way, do they not know the last time the Celtics have lost a road game? Can we just do a quick review? First round, Celtics. All right. They lost one game. It was game 2 at home.
Game 2 at home.
To Miami. Right. Celtics, second round. They lost one game to Cleveland.
Game 2 at home, David.
Right. Third round, conference finals, it was a sweep. So, Mark, I'm going to do some quick math. That seems to be 6 road games, 6 wins.
Give me Dallas tonight.
Okay. Mavs 2.5-point favorites. Porzingis questionable. Miller and Moulton think he's doubtful.
I'm banking on it with the way I'm picking this game.
But the Celtics have not lost on the road since apparently the first week of April, a regular season game, 6-0 on the road in the playoffs. I mean, that is the one thing, for both the Mavs and the Oilers, Mark. Because the Panthers, they've won 4 straight home games here. But up until that, they were better on the road than they were at home. I mean, Panthers went 1-1 against Tampa. They went 3-0 against Boston, 2-1 against New York. I mean, the Panthers are 6-2 on the road in the playoffs. They're now 8-2 at home in the playoffs, having won 4 in a row.
I think Edmonton gets one game of the next 2 to force a game 5. I think Dallas does the same thing.
So you're counting on both home teams, I think, to win game 3 and both road teams to win game 4.
That's kind of what I'm looking at. And Colin Morikawa is going to be your U.S. Open winner.
Ooh.
He's playing pretty well.
Well, he's been there in the first two majors, right?
Yep.
And it's kind of screwed it up. You know, I don't know why I have this guy in my head. I have Victor Hovland in my head this week. Ever since he changed back to his old coach, man, he's been hitting the ball great. He finds the fairway, and he's got length. I don't know. I got Hovland in my head.
All right. Nothing wrong with that pick. Great player. It's going to happen sooner than later in a major for him.
So there you have it. Marks off the next couple. Trent will be in.
As long as the flight gets in on time.
Right. You know, I'll wait for the middle of the night text going, Houston, we have a problem. Safe travels, Mark. We'll talk Monday. Miller and Moulton tomorrow.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your
All right. You're solo on the old promo.
Well, no, I wanted you to do it with me because I wanted to.
Okay.
I wanted you to, I'll do what I normally do, and then you go, yeah, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. And then I was going to say, well, then what are you doing the promo for? And then you could say something like, well, because if I don't stick around to record it, you don't know how to do it.
Fair enough.
We're still live, by the way.
Okay.